All right, we'll move next to our first opportunity tonight for public comment. This can be made in person or on the phone. You may call 855-925-2801 and enter meeting code 10748, and then press *3 to join the queue. It's your opportunity to address the board for up to 3 minutes on any topic in a professional and respectful manner. Once you're recognized, please share your name and where you're from. Is there anyone wishing to make public comment? Welcome, prosecutor.
Thank you very much, Chair, Vice Chair. Our Vice Chair Pro Tem is not here, but members of the commission. If I could just have a couple of minutes, I want to just make a couple of remarks regarding budget, which is one of the things that you're going to be presented on, the administrator's recommended budget here later today, and I know that you've been working on. First, I want to say thank you. I don't always agree with the decisions that are made by one or more of you or the recommendations that are made, but I do know that all of you take seriously those responsibilities. And not just that you take those decision-making responsibilities seriously, but the way in which you do it is an example that I think other political bodies here in this state and across the country would learn from. The cooperative and considerate process in which you make decisions about the budget and other things is something that not only do I appreciate, but I think others could learn from. Second, with regard to the budget, I want to ask that you put employees first, that you prioritize employees of the county throughout the county over discretionary spending. And I say that because you know what I know. Everyday costs are increasing for all of our employees at escalating and continue to escalate, right? The dollars that they have aren't going as far as they did. By prioritizing those employees, you help to make their everyday lives just a little bit easier. I'd ask that you think about a number that's more than what I expect you to think about. I'd ask that you consider cost of living increases for all employees of 4%, not anything less, because the reality is that anything less isn't keeping up with their increased costs. A couple of things, prosecutor's office specific. You were provided a list of open positions. Those positions, that information was gathered at one point in time. It was provided to you at another point in time. And here we are later on down the road. Two of those positions for assistant prosecuting attorneys are dependent on high crime funding, state grant funding. We have been waiting for that funding to stabilize before we took action with regard to those positions. 4 of those APA positions that were open aren't. 2 of them have already been filled with employees that started last week. We're currently interviewing multiple candidates for the other 2. With regard to legal assistance, we've already been working with administration and finance and position creation eliminations to take 2 part-time employees and a full-time employee and instead morph that into 1 supervisory employee that's desperately needed out at our Gull Road facility. There are no positions on that list that we do not need. I referenced high crime state grant funding. 2 years ago, as you know, the county prosecutor's office, not the county, the prosecuting attorney's office got $1 million in state funding. Last year, there was another approximately $1 million in the state appropriations for Kalamazoo County. That money, because of language in the budget bill and the interpretation by the Department of Treasury, has been held up. There was a supplemental Senate appropriations bill that passed the Senate but has been held up in the House. There is now a House Bill 4381, that fixes the problem that the Department of Treasury has. And I expect that in the next couple of weeks, when we finally get a state budget bill, that there will be again appropriations for counties like Kalamazoo from the state to the prosecutor's office. I would remind you that those appropriations are contingent on a maintenance or continuity of funding. The language as it is, has been, will be no less than. A cut to county prosecutors' budgets jeopardizes the funding from the state. Lastly, prosecutor by carpel. You haven't heard me say those words here before because you didn't need to, or PBK. When I took office in 2013, the adult case tracking, juvenile case tracking, case management software that we use, that is used around the state, was on its last legs. It seemed to us, prosecutors, to make much more sense for us to deal with this collectively than for us to individually be going to our counties and having Kalamazoo say we can't afford anything, or we can afford this but not that, and Oakland County saying something different, and Kalkaska being left to their own devices. Prosecutors' offices and our organization, PAM, went to the state and said, we have a problem that only you can fix across the state. May I? We have a problem that only you can fix across the state. The state then agreed with us, and we did several vendor demos. Ultimately, the county prosecutors agreeing on this product called Prosecutor by Carpel. Beginning last year, county prosecutors' offices transitioning to Prosecutor by Carpel. We began that process in February of this year. This week, we began trainings for law enforcement. At the end of this week, my office will undergo 2 days of training. And on Monday, we will have a new case management and document management system here in Kalamazoo County that is not going to end up in me.
Prosecutor, additional information on the software that you need is valuable to the board. I appreciate follow-up with the board at additional time.
One
Move on
sentence,
from public
if I
comment.
may, one sentence. The bill is $339,237. The cost to Kalamazoo is zero. It was paid for by the state without me having to come to you for that money, and I hope that you will take that into consideration.
Thank you, prosecutor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment? Dina, do we have anyone online? I know we're having some technical issues this evening, so appreciate everyone's efforts and patience. All right.
Chair, we do not have anyone online.
Thank you, Dina. All right, we will move forward from public comment. As we let folks, oh, I see our Metro presentation is up. Okay, so I'm going to go to item 3. It's an opportunity for the Kalamazoo Transportation Authority, the KCTA, and Central County Transportation Authority update. We'll welcome Executive Director Sean McBride from Metro Transit. Welcome to you. Mr. McBride, welcome. We have 10 minutes on the agenda this evening. We have a full set, so I appreciate sharing information and your timeliness. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Right there. Can you hear me? All right, great. Thanks. Good afternoon. I'm Kurt Ardema. I'm here with Sean McBride, our executive director at Metro. I'm currently serving as chair of the CCTA and KCTA. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. And I also want to say thank you for the support that your board has provided to our two boards in populating the boards with a group that really works well together. I think many of you know the history of the two boards. This was brought together 7 or 8 years ago to address kind of the growing needs of transit across the region. And they've been brought under one umbrella from a branding standpoint and also operationally. So, and part of that is the work of this board and populating those two boards with great people. So appreciate that, and we're excited about some of the things we're working on. Sean's going to get into some of those. Metro Link, you maybe have seen those vehicles out on the roads, smaller vehicles on demand, almost an Uber type service that's out there. In addition to Metro Connect, which has been around for many years but continues to grow, and then the line haul buses as well. And I'll say one quick note. I was up at the Bronco Bash a couple of weeks ago and had a chance to be there with some staff from Metro and other board members, and it's amazing to see just the lines of people coming through with questions about Metro and the kind of pure need that's out there within the community from many populations, including students at WMU, and that was apparent for the time that I was out there. So, Sean, you want to run through a quick update? Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you, board, for having us here tonight. Well, I'll give a brief update on public transit services here in Kalamazoo County, and then we do have a millage coming up on November 4th that I'd like to share the information about. One of the things that we realized during the as a result of the pandemic is that everyone's mobility needs and challenges are very different. And as the public transit provider for Kalamazoo County, we want to provide mobility solutions for all. And we've really been working on our mix and quality of service, so we meet a variety of needs. Last year, we did almost 2 million trips for the community in our core 4 key services. And since inception in 1967, Metro has provided over 125 million rides to Kalamazoo County. One of the main reasons that people use public transit is for economic growth and mobility. The main reason is to get to jobs. 41% of our riders on the fixed route bus system are getting to work, 16% to school opportunities, shopping, medical appointments, and social opportunities are the next key reasons. And this enables them to be, those individuals riding the bus, to be economically successful, and it allows our community to be an economic vital place, providing opportunities. The reality is about 90% of our riders on the fixed route bus system have limited mobility options that are using it as their main source of transportation around the community. And data shows that about 15% in any community don't have access to a car. So we're the solution to getting people to jobs, schools, work, medical appointments. Last year on the fixed route bus system, we did 1.7 million rides. It's about 4,760 trips per day. Our fixed route bus system is affordable, $1.50 per trip, 75 cents if you're a senior citizen or an individual with disabilities, and we're accessible. All our buses have ramps, lifts, voice enunciators for those that may be hearing impaired. And we really take pride in our community partnerships that we have. Chair Ardema talked about our partnership with Western Michigan University, with the school year starting with the Kalamazoo Public School System. We have a partnership with them and the Foundation for Excellence, where 500 students have access to a youth mobility pass that gives them unlimited ridership using Metro. And we do really take pride in the value-added service that we provide public safety options that in the middle of the night, we're often called to come out and help in the evacuation of, a couple of years ago was an Amtrak train that was stalled out in Ashtemo. The snow event several years ago, and on I-94, we had 6 buses out there. Our next biggest service is Metro Connect, 135,000 rides. Anyone can go anywhere in Kalamazoo County using our on-demand service. It's $12 a regular fare, and there are $4 if you're a senior citizen or individual with disability. One of the unique services we have is working with veterans groups to get people out to the VA hospital. We run daily trips back and forth to the VA hospital. Our newest service is a pilot program called Metro Link. It's really taken off. We have 3 zones that we operate in, and we've done about 81,000 rides since inception of April of 24. We've expanded those zones through a competitive grant that we won through the state of Michigan. So now we serve all all corners of the metro urban area. And it's affordable. It's $1.50 per trip, and it works much like Uber, that you schedule a trip using a phone app. Within about 15 minutes, people can be picked up, and it works kind of two ways. Either you can be dropped off to a destination, a point-to-point destination within the zone, or to a fixed route bus stop where you have access to the whole fixed route public transit system. And these two charts show the positive growth of the system with ridership. We're doing about 7,000 rides per month, and that will continue to grow as students come back this fall. And we have about 500 unique individuals riding. Both existing riders continue to grow and new riders. We have a group of new riders that tried each month. And one of our partnerships is with you all, working with you all. We are providing services out to Pavilion Estates to help with the mobility of those that suffered from the tornado a couple summers ago. We're averaging about 40 to 50 rides per month out in Pavilion Estates, so it's been very successful, and we expect that to grow too. Exciting stuff. The budget, we just approved our $27.5 million budget. We're funded in 4 key areas: fares, state revenues, federal transit administration, grants, and through voter approved millages. We have 2 voter approved millages. One's the countywide millage that funds Metro Connect, and a urban millage, which I'll talk about momentarily. The urban millage, we are going to have an election on November 4th. It's for 5 years, 2026 through 2030, and this millage specifically funds the fixed route bus system and the Metrolink service, and it's limited to the urban area, which encompasses the CCTA boundary. So that's all of the city of Kalamazoo, city of Parchment, city of Portage, Comstock Township, Kalamazoo Township, and Ashtamo Townships precincts 3 through 9. The millage the request is for 1.1 mils, and this is an increase from the existing millage, which is 0.9 mils. And the question is, why is it increase? And there's 3 main factors to that. One is to maintain the existing levels of services. The inflationary impacts that we're feeling as organizations and individuals is impacting our organization. For example, a fixed route bus that we were paying pre-pandemic, we were paying about $525,000 per bus. Today, we're paying $775,000 for the same bus. It's to the Metrolink service is to continue that pilot program, the Metrolink pilot. It's been very successful, and it meets a need in our community that cannot be met by the fixed route bus system. And then number 3 is concerns with state funding. Where public transit funding is tied to road funding. The amount that's been going to public transit has been decreasing significantly year over year since 2021. There was a small blip using federal funds in 2024, but this is continuing to decline unless there's changes to how roads and bridges and public transit are funded. I was in Lansing last week talking with our state representatives and state senators about, as we're looking at road funding, that public transit also needs to be considered and benefit from the changes to road funding. The reality is that not everyone can use a car and does use a car, and public transit is their way to be mobile in the community. So moving forward, a couple of things. One is, if there are groups or any areas that we can come out, Metro can come out and educate about the millage, we'd love to do that. We'd love your support on just getting the word out. And then as an organization, we're focused on providing mobility solutions for all, continue to be innovative in how we grow ridership and enhance the rider experience, growing and cultivating community partnerships, and building public confidence through service excellence. I was just talking to we have a series of driver meetings over the next couple of days, so I'm meeting with all those groups and spending about 20 to 30 minutes talking about each individual's role in providing excellent service to the community and how we can partner on doing that. So thank you for your time today, and we're close to our 10 minutes.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Mr. McBride. Is there any questions or anything from the commissioners? All right, Vice Chair and then Commissioner Gisler.
Really quick, the number of precincts in the upcoming millage election, that's the same number as the previous, or really close, right? There's just one precinct difference.
The one change is that Comstock Township added one precinct back that wasn't in the previous.
And secondly, when does the other millage run out if something bad happens? Gosh forbid. But you know, a downturn economically right before the election, like happened in 2008, or something bad happens, and this for some reason doesn't pass. Do we still have the 0.9 for how long?
It ends at the end of this year. So Public Act 196 limits one election per year for public transit villages like this. So we'd have to go out to the voters at the first opportunity in 2026. Unfortunately, the other millage for the KCTA is up next year, and that will probably be on the ballot in November of next year.
So basically, this is our one shot this November.
One shot. We'd also have an opportunity in the spring of next year to put it out before, just due to the timing of millage collection. So we usually collect it in July and December.
Oh, okay, that makes me feel good. Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. I don't vote for many villages, and I'm sure that people mainly know that. I'll probably support your village because I was a naysayer for public transit a decade ago, and the way you guys have run it, I think is absolutely commendable. You're providing a service that's needed by a lot of people, and you're doing a great job of it. And I salute the job that Kurt, now you're the chair after a series of chairs that were first rate. And when you were first hired, Sean, I thought, yeah, it was a bad move, but I'm now a big fan. So you guys have done good. Thank you very much.
Well, hopefully you feel the love in that comment. Commissioner Morelli.
I was just about to say, I'm in the middle of my second round of the 4 agreements. Do not take on that. Wonderful job. No, and I will support as well.
Thank you so much for taking the time with us this afternoon. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move to our next item. We're going to address review of accounts payable and payroll disbursements. We'll welcome Finance Director Post. Welcome, Director.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners. This evening, we have an accounts payable claims list totaling $2,470,242.55 is presented for review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners is asked to approve claims totaling $2,103,415.63. Payroll disbursements totaling $5,290,268.03 are presented for the September 2nd special, September 12th general, and September 15th elected payrolls. We welcome any questions from the board at this time.
Thank you, Director. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Director. Appreciate you. Excellent. Okay, we'll move next to our monthly investment report. We'll welcome Chief Deputy Treasurer Tyler White. Welcome, Chief Deputy.
Thank you, Chair. As of August 31st, the county's investment portfolio has a par value balance of $147,467,698.57 and a market value of $147,038,457.23. That leaves a mark-to-market variance between par and market values of $429,241.34. We do have an improvement in our market values, that gap of $364,236.09 from July. As a reminder, mark-to-market variance only impacts our bottom line if we were to liquidate our portfolio. Our strategy is to hold assets to maturity to avoid realized losses. Like I say every month, please don't liquidate our portfolio. For the month of August, our portfolio earned $518,668.38 on an average daily balance of $145,011,921.21. It's an effective rate of return on our investments of 4.21%. It's inclusive of all realized gains and losses on sales maturities, as well as amortization of investment premiums and discounts. Of the total 518,000 that we earned, 286,000 relates to general fund and budget stabilization investment pools. All of that is available for county use. For the year, our portfolio has earned $4,806,575.80 on an average daily balance of $162,137,057.10 for our year-to-date effective rate of return of 4.45%. This is also inclusive of amortization, premiums, discounts, realized gains, losses. And of the 4.8 million we've earned to date, $2,890,404.43 relates to the general fund. $45,297.49 relates to budget stabilization. In short, we're on track to earn 7.2 million for 2025. Of what we've earned so far, it's just over $2.9 million for the general fund. If we assume the rest of the year follows that trend, on track to earn 7.2 million, we will see what today's Federal Reserve meeting calls for. We're assuming a basis point cut of 25 basis points, 0.25%. That meeting is going on right now, so we'll keep you posted as soon as we learn. Inflation over the last 12 months, as of August, was 2.9%. This is up from 2.7% in July, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Our 4.45% rate of return is higher than inflation. We experienced a net 1.55% net gain in our purchasing power. Inflation was spread across the following categories. Food is up 3.2%. Energy commodities or fuel is down 6.2%. Energy services or utilities up 7.7%. Of which electricity is up 6.2%, gas is up 13.8%, shelter is up 3.6%, transportation services up 3.5%, medical services up 4.2%, and other commodities, so vehicles, apparel, medical commodities, up 1.5%. With all the numbers said, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any from the commission? Thank you for the overview. Appreciate
Thanks
it.
so much.
All right, excellent. We'll move forward to item 6, our fiscal year 26 budget discussion. Administrator Catlin.
All right, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners. This evening, I wanted to provide an update on our, or follow-up rather, on our conversation last meeting on September 2nd with regard to some of the feedback I received and some of that work that we put into curating the official recommendation for this evening that'll be reviewed. Only about 2 items changed from that recommendation. What we did was increased projections, revenue projections for the marijuana tax. And so we increased that by $30,000. And then we also increased our property tax by 0.5%. So that increased it was roughly about $140,000 or something like that. So that left us with a balance to address a few things. Or a couple of things rather. One was there was a comment related to gun violence. And so we baked some funding into the budget in alignment with the Kalamazoo Blueprint for Peace. Any work that is and that we recommend that is geared towards gun violence should align with that blueprint because that was a very comprehensive effort that included a lot of stakeholders involved in gun violence and addressing intervention and prevention. The last item that we had comments about were the circuit court's operating budget increase, their request for that, so we increased them by a substantial amount. So We included $90,000 essentially to address gun violence, and then we bumped up the circuit court's operating budget increase to $103,400. And beyond that, everything else remained the same within the PowerPoint. And I apologize that we're having technical difficulties, so we can't show that this evening, but it is within the packet, and we also printed it off for the board. So on slide 14, the commission requested information on what positions were included in the budget. So we have a total of 15 positions. And then the board also wanted to know where they were at in the process of having their job description questionnaires completed. So on slide 14, you'll see that we have 7 positions, it appears, that have JDQs on file, so they would be ready to go October 21st to post those positions. We have another 5 positions that are in the process of having their JDQs reviewed, and we expect that hopefully those will be reviewed and about the time that the budget is passed or there shortly after, so that they can still be posted this year to have individuals start closer to January in 2026. And then there's one position, or 2 positions rather, that they have no JDQ on file because they're union positions and they would need to be bargained through the collective bargaining process. And those are 2 positions out of the sheriff's office. So currently they're asking for technology analysts. That would be a new position. They have, I believe, technology specialists that are within their union right now, but they're not classified as D19s or D14s. So this position would have to be created and bargained through that unit. So those are that kind of lays out the landscape there of where we're at in the process to address any of those concerns. And that's about all I want to mention on the PowerPoint. The last thing is that we've obviously published the budget book online, so that is live. Some items of note on there is that if you go all the way to the last section in the header and click on supplemental information, there is an update to the fee schedule there are multiple fees that have been updated. We highlighted those for transparency, so you could see how those fees either increased or decreased, and most of them are increases, if not all of them. So those are out there for transparency. So if you have any questions on those, we can have those departments kind of provide rationales for those. And other than that, information's on there for review and feedback. So that's all I have this evening, and happy to take any questions.
Commissioners. Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question about the $90,000 allocation for gun violence. It says transportation. Was that a specific request from somewhere?
So currently, Commissioner Ray, yes, currently the Blueprint for Peace is being coordinated by the United Way and the Transformation Collective. So they're spearheading that endeavor, and what they're focusing on right now as a group, they've found that concentrating on goal 4, which is transportation, is the best way to kind of move the plan forward in an expeditious way. So that group has been meeting over the last multiple months to come up with a vision and a way forward. And so that's what they felt like should be concentrated on for 2026. So that's where our recommendation was, just to align with that work and provide funding to support the effort.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yeah, excuse me. I still have an issue with, you want to fund 15 brand new positions. And I keep going back to the court, even though you increase their funding, they're still about 25% of what they say they need just to meet the basics. And I guess I don't know where administration is coming from as to, how they're going to survive, I guess. Where are they going to find the other almost $300,000 just to meet their daily requirements to keep the courts running? And again, in these 15 new positions, I think some of them are, we talk about not having bells and whistles. Some of them sound like bells and whistles for some of these departments. And again, moving a grant funded position of the county payroll, and like Vice Chair brought up at our last meeting, the strategic planning for $120,000 is. I just question why we're not funding the courts better. And also, I mean, they had a juvenile program they wanted funded. It's not even on, it hasn't even been discussed, which would, I think, benefit the community and the juvenile justice system tremendously. But I don't, I'm just not comfortable with funding 15 brand new positions when we can't fund the basics for the court.
Yes, Commissioner DeLuis, if I may, Chair. So, the recommendation has been drafted in consultation with all departments, leaders, and the expertise of administration. And so what you have before you today is merely a recommendation, and the Board of Commissioners is more than welcome to adjust these recommendations. These positions add capacity to departments that need them. I would not argue that these are bells and whistles. These are positions that will move departments forward. Back in 2008, a lot of positions were eliminated and the county and departments are short-staffed. So time and time and again, even during my evaluation process, the board asks, why don't you take off, administrator? Why don't you take time off? Because we don't have enough staff. And anytime I take off, that work has to shift to deputy administrators or other staff within the departments. And so we see that within the entire county, including elected offices, departments can't have staff take off when they don't have anyone to carry the workload. So these positions are in an effort to bring departments back up to full staffing so that employees can have work-life balance. So we're not recommending positions that that are fluffy in any manner. They literally add capacity so that staff can have that, maintain that work-life balance. In regard to the your question regarding the operating budget increases, every department, every elected offices has had in the past to cut from other line items to address other increases within their operating budgets. I mean, our office had to do it. And so I think while the circuit court, right, is asking for that $330,000 to the tune of that, we can we can address a little bit of that over time, but I don't see where in this budget we can cut from other things within the recommendation to address their request. And if we do, it just has implications on those items. I know that you know, the strategic plan looks lofty, but the county board invested a lot of time and effort in drafting that strategic plan in collaboration with all of the elected offices, a lot of employees. There's a lot of buy-in into it. And so if we don't support it financially, it'll be something that sits on the shelf. And I've heard time and time and again, this board does not like plans that sit on the shelf. So there are items in here that cost money to move the county forward within the strategic plan. And if we don't have the funding to do it, then those items just get kicked down the road. So we're kicking the can down the road. So that's kind of where this is coming from. I think there is some movement. We can make some adjustments within some of these lines, but you know, I kind of defer to the commission to identify those and then ask me what our opinion is on if you cut from here and what that would do and the implications associated there too. So.
Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I have two comments, I guess. They aren't really questions so much. When the first budget proposal was put forth a few meetings ago, I noticed, and it's in the 3-minute video, which I found very interesting. I found it very appropriate. The only thing I took issue with, Kevin, was that it started with baseline budgeting. You start with what was spent last year and work from there. I just assumed, and I know it's a complete change around, and not many organizations, be they private or governmental, do it. I'd like to see us consider zero-based budgeting, meaning if you got something last year, that doesn't mean you got anything starting the next year as we budget. Justify your existence, basically. And the other comment I will make, I completely concur with Dale. The courts are super important, and they are indeed part of one of the main functions of government, and that is to provide safety, and that includes all law enforcement, and the courts are kind of the tail end of the law enforcement. So I would hate to see us not come up in some fashion with the money they're asking for. And we need to take that out of somewhere else. I don't want to see another millage or anything like that. But when we're spending the money we spend annually in a budget, and we can't find another $300,000 for something as important as part of law enforcement, then I think we're being penny wise and pound foolish. Thank you.
I have a vice chair and then we'll go to Commissioner Morales.
Yeah, thank you very much for this. I'm going through, I saw on the budget online, we don't have like the line items yet, right? The book, so to speak.
Vice Chair, those are, so we never present a line item budget like where it talks about supply, but there is a spreadsheet with each budget in each department, so you have to click on it.
Do we have something similar to what we get, for instance, on monthly reports? So that it'll show like each department, what like 101-73330, what we've spent, what we've done, so that it would look similar to those.
I believe it's in there. I think we just need to orient the board to where they are.
Yeah, I
believe it's in there.
I could probably come in, and this just went on a couple hours ago, but I'm trying to familiarize myself with it, and I'm not computer savvy. So
yeah, so on the online, if you click on, for example, the fund summaries tab, there, if you kind of scroll down, there's some charts, and and then there's it's very probably difficult to see. Mine's already expanded, but there's a spreadsheet breakdown for each of those tables, and I think that's what you're looking for.
Well, what I'm looking for instance, is like strategic issues, restricted reserve, and contingencies, what we budgeted for those three things. For instance, in 2023, we started strategic issues. We started at 125K. We amended it to 75, and we spent 7. 24, 564, amended it to 430. We spent 93. 2025, we amended it to 249, and so far we've spent 30. We usually have hundreds of thousands of dollars in strategic issues that are carried over every year. Restricted reserves, 2023, we budgeted $1 million, we spent 0. 24 and 25, we budgeted 50K and we spent 0. Contingencies, we're usually at about 10 to 15% of what we budget. We've spent 286 so far this year. We've got amended budget at 642. We spent 6 out of contingencies in 24, and we amended it to 126K. So I mean, these are funds that I'm looking at, line items 101-773-0730. That continue. I'm trying to see what we're going to start with, and then look at sort of a history and what we traditionally spend, and see how it matches up.
Yeah, I'll speak to the finance team and see if we can make those adjustments.
And thank you very much. And I know that when we switched to Munis, it made it kind of difficult to go back before 2023. We've got 23 adopted in some of these, but we don't have any actuals. Like if we go to expenditures by expense in the budget, we've got all the adopted budgets, but we don't have any of the actuals there. Maybe some of the funds do, but I haven't gone through all of them. Some of them do. But I appreciate it. I'm going to certainly be going through this. As far as positions go, I'm kind of in agreement with Dale on the strategic issues portion of it, but not on the position side of it. I do agree with you on the positions. We've been going through a scarcity since pre-COVID, really. And each department has been underfunded and cut, and we need to start looking for ways to accurately budget so that we can start relieving these departments and start putting the money actually into play as opposed to on the sidelines. But yeah, I'm gonna certainly be going through this quite array, and I'll probably get with you and Ryan after the meeting or in between, and we'll go through these.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you for this, Kevin. I'm in agreement with what you have in plan for employees. I think it's really important. My question is, with the state budget cuts that were proposed by House Republicans to cut millions and millions of dollars in law enforcement, how does that impact us here? I mean, they had state funding for state police, and then they had like 1.6 million for general public safety. So as we try to fight for that, or even if we put this 300,000 in play, what do these budget cuts look like in the future to maintain this? Because I mean, that's a hard impact to law enforcement coming from the state. And as we reimburse the courts, do we reimburse the juvenile? Are they a part of that too? So when we get reimbursed by the state, when we pay them, how does that affect us?
I want to make sure. So wait here, I'll address your first question first. So our budget contemplates very cautious numbers around the revenue sharing and grants, but we can't anticipate everything. So because the budgets aren't complete at the state level, we'll just have to kind of weather that storm when the time arrives. And I think that's why we've recommended, right, utilizing the 25% fund balance ratio so that we could have some dollars there to be able to address some shortfalls. So nonetheless, we've been working with our lobbyist to keep close tabs in Michigan Association of Counties. As you know, on the committee of the whole, there's an emergency resolution to obviously oppose the House's addition or draft of their budget that cuts state revenue sharing to counties by 30%. So our lobbyist and MAC is working to collect as many of those resolutions to inform and advise the House and other legislators and the other chamber and then the governor's office. So we're hopeful that we're able to realize the revenue that we're recording for revenue sharing in this current budget to create a balanced budget. I'm not sure I totally follow your question about the court, so I apologize.
So I mean, the state, don't we get reimbursed? We pay the courts first and then we get reimbursed. How is that gonna look? So say we take care of our employees first, and then next year we start putting more funding into the juvenile courts. What does that look like with these budget cuts that are coming forward? And do we put a pause on our employees? When we talk about juvenile justice, I mean, I met with Judge Schwarma probably maybe 3 weeks ago, and they did have some plans to have like a respite center for these juveniles to go to. Nothing really where it's going to be secure, but to offset some help. I think when we're looking at juveniles, we really don't have anything in place, no matter how much money we dump into it. They have to meet a certain point system that I don't necessarily agree with, because for me, it seems selective for some and not the others. No diss to the courts, but it's just what I've seen personally. So those are my questions on if whatever we do first, how are we going to manage it moving forward?
No, okay, so that's a great question. I appreciate the clarification, Commissioner Morales. So a couple of things, and this is generally how it works, but for the most part, the employees, barring any sort of grant funding issues, are paid by the county 100%. Like I said, there's a grant that reimburses, that's different. And then that is contingent then on the state budget. The judges are the ones that I think you're referring to, that we pay a portion of their salary. And then actually all of that is reimbursed by the state. So it's kind of bizarre. So they receive a county paycheck and they receive a state paycheck. It's just it's a wonky thing, but we pay that, then the state reimburses us 100% anyway. We anticipate, and the state has basically told us, right, that they'll hopefully be able to adopt some continuing resolutions so that we don't have any unnecessary hiccups or issues there. But I think that for the most part, right, the county and other all of our other partners too that are involved, that have state revenue that they receive, will only be able to weather that storm for so long. And I think that's why, again, the 25% fund balance will be able to support certain departments and certain programs for a period of time. But I was just on I was a panelist on an MSU extension budget uncertainty call, which it was very well put on. It was very well attended by, school districts and such like that. But I mentioned school districts because one of the other panelists, he's from the Van Buren ISD, he kind of talked about some of the implications that ISDs are facing in all school districts, that they were supposed to have budgets by July 1st. So they all have fund balances. So similar strategy to what we're employing. They have fund balances, but those will dwindle down, and then they can only support that for so long, and they will have to shutter their doors if the state does not approve a budget. That will not only have impacts, and because I don't have children, I didn't think about this, but that will not only have impacts on Rice school districts, but the parents of children now. And as you know, we have many parents here in Kalamazoo County, especially working for government, will have to now figure out daycare services or have to take off time from work. And so it has a compounding effect at all levels, and that will have an effect on county government too if certain programs aren't funded because continuing resolutions can't support those anymore. For example, in the courts, they may have programs that will have to cease to exist until the state gets their act together. And we also have mandated services we have to provide, like indigent defense, for example. And so maybe we can support that for a little bit, but then how do we continue? I mean, that's a $6 to $10 million operation, and the county budget just simply can't support that without the state revenue to back it. So we've been playing out some scenarios, and I think that time is of the essence, and we can only support them for so long. And I think that most of the the partners that I've been kind of talking to have been utilizing that fund balance until the state can replenish that, and so that they can move forward. And that's kind of the strategy we're employing right now.
Vice Chair.
To add on to that, absolutely, I agree with the 25%. It's kind of that thing. We don't have to be faster than the bear. We just have to be faster than the other people running from the bear. And our 25% is going to be the thing that's going to happen when these school districts shut down. That's going to create a political climate that's going to force Lansing to act. That's basically our stopgap. And I envision that we won't run out of money until that'll happen before we run out of money. So we're in good shape. One of the other things I wanted to just ask and get administration's recommendations from our how we've done on the things that we did last year, the things we put in last year or 2 years ago, or last year's budget. I think there was I think we're still waiting on the one for the fair, but then we also have the childcare. And then there was medical debt as well. So those three things: medical debt, fair, and childcare. And just get a brief update on where we are for our next meeting on that. That's it.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. And I have one more question. Being that we know that and say that it does happen, and I feel like the games that are being played at the Capitol, they will try to make us suffer for a month or two. Are we preparing to have remote options for our county employees if indeed those that have children, this may impact them?
Chair, thank you. Commissioner Morales, yes. I mean, we already have telecommuting policies, so departments that already have those on I guess on file are able to leverage those in cases, but there are some departments that just won't be able to offer that because of the nature of their work. But yes, I mean, we have telecommuting policies, and departments can leverage those now should the need arise.
Right. Administrator, I appreciate the diligence of the team, the recommendation. I think we're poised to be in a position to both support employees, but to be nimble in an uncertain time. with the approaches that we've evaluated here. I'm sure as we have an opportunity to dig into the details, maybe we do some fine tweaking around the edges, and look forward to discussion on board priorities. But I think, you know, one of the things, sort of brought forward in discussion is about that support for strategic planning. And I do want to voice again the support to make sure that when, you know, we've put forth visioning and actioning, and we're watching county government, I think, do transformative things in the community. And I think we have some ongoing work that will come forth to the community that will launch additional initiatives that I am hopeful will continue to be transformative. And so really to empower that, to embolden those processes, effectively supporting our strategic plan is an important component of that. So hopefully, as we identify other priorities and areas of concern, we get the opportunity to dig into the recommendation a bit further, fine tune around some of the edges. I think we have a strong initial recommendation in front of us, and appreciate, you know, this body staying focused on the mission at hand, being collaborative and working to get our budget done. Appreciate the comments from prosecutor earlier about a board with differing views that can, in fact, actually collaborate with one another and get us to a really strong end result. So I want to thank you and to the entire executive team and the finance team for their work. Anything further at this time on budget? Okay. All right. Thank you, Administrator. All right, we're going to move to item 7. We have a number of things here. We're going to bring forth first a presentation on funding recommendations from the senior millage allocation from the ad hoc committee. Welcome. You got it.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I don't believe we have slides today, so I will be walking you. Oh, fantastic.
It helps for you to have the slides to see, right?
There we go.
Yeah. We have them on our to view and on our view as well. So
Wonderful.
just not up for the community.
Wonderful.
As soon as she gets that up, you're good to go.
There we go.
Switch.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Appreciate everyone's patience. In chambers, we're just working on some technology issues. Yeah, we hope to have those resolved.
Yes.
And if you would like, for the sake of time, I can start and we can catch the slides up if that's helpful.
That'd be fine. Thank you so much.
Most definitely. Okay, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Cassie Bailey. I am with the Area Agency on Aging, or AAA for short. Today, I am presenting the recommendations of the Senior Millage Allocation Ad Hoc Committee. Good timing. For contracting out 2026 Senior Millage Gap Health Support Services funding. Most definitely, that is coming up. So I'm gonna let them keep working. Okay,
Yep, so you can.
wonderful, there we go. Okay. So yes, Commissioner Gisler, I most definitely will. But first, a brief overview of AAA. We are dedicated to helping older adults remain independent in their own homes to avoid premature nursing home placement. To do this, AAA coordinates access to a wide range of support services that are funded by federal, state, and local senior millage dollars. Services are delivered both directly by AAA and in partnership with community vendors. This 2026 Gap Health Support Services grant opportunity was released through AmpliFund. The funding goal is to address essential services that are either unavailable or insufficient to meet the needs of vulnerable older adults residing in Kalamazoo County. I want to highlight that all allocation decisions were made at open public meetings by the ad hoc committee. Additionally, contracts will cover calendar year 2026. This year, $180,000 in senior millage funding was available, with a maximum request of $30,000 allowed per application. Only direct service expenses were allowable. 12 applications were received from 11 unique vendors, including one first-time applicant. In total, requests amounted to just over $305,000. Because of this difference, it was imperative that the allocation committee made careful, well-thought-out decisions that were critically prioritized, and I will speak to some of these considerations in just a moment. Before deciding conversations were had, the ad hoc committee worked through an established process to ensure the eligibility of applicants. Committee members scored each application individually. The scores were then averaged and applications needed at least 70 points to be considered for funding. All 12 applications met this threshold. For returning organizations, the committee also reviewed past performance, service quality, fiscal accountability, and contract compliance. Based on these reviews, the committee recommends awarding all 12 applications. The committee engaged in thoughtful, thorough deliberations before reaching their decisions. Some of the key considerations included alignment with AAA's mission and funding objective, ensuring the greatest community impact possible, addressing service gaps that are most critical to life, commitment to reaching diverse, underserved, and marginalized populations, services matching AAA's older adult needs survey results, providing data-driven evidence of local need. Additionally, community collaboration and partnerships to maximize resources and avoid service duplication, and budget review to ensure requests were reasonable, allowable, outcome-based, and free of unnecessary costs or inflated expenses. After carefully weighing these considerations and many others and setting priorities, I believe the following recommended awards are well-balanced and will have the greatest positive impact on our community. Therefore, the Senior Millage Allocation Committee recommends the following awards. First, Comstock Community Center for their Memory Care Center in the amount of $20,500. Comstock will provide participant scholarships for older adults living with dementia to attend their day center. Second, Deaf Inc. in the amount of $23,000 for the purchase of hearing aids for older adults who otherwise would not have been financially able to obtain. When not addressed, hearing loss can lead to higher risks of depression, anxiety, and other health issues that cannot be effectively communicated. Third, Elders Helpers in the amount of $8,000 for personal emergency response buttons, which in part reduce emergency response times and help prevent unnecessary hospitalization. As a note, you will see that some vendors have a green asterisk by their name. This means that certain proposed budget components were not selected for funding, but the core services and allowable expenses were approved. The next recommended award is for Guardian Finance and Advocacy's Guardianship Program in the amount of $15,000. This program supports incapacitated older adults with guardians to oversee and meet their medical, legal, and financial needs to ensure their safe and stable living. Guardian Finance and Advocacy also submitted a second application for their money management program. This award is being recommended for $10,000, and the service will provide older adults with a counseling service to help them remain financially independent, economically self-sufficient, and avoid financial abuse and exploitation. Lending Hands of Michigan for $7,000. Lending Hands is a durable medical equipment organization that loans out equipment, and this award is for bath transfer benches, shower chairs and stools, and raised toilet seats with arms. Next, we have Medical Care Alert in the amount of $15,000. This funding will provide 24/7 monitored emergency response buttons, enabling older adults to continue living independently with help just a button press away. Additionally, Milestone Senior Services in the amount of $15,000. This award will support their pest remediation and hoarding intervention services. These services address the health and safety risks such as infestation, sanitation concerns, fall and fire hazards, and potential eviction while helping older adults maintain safe housing and reduce isolation from stigma. Additionally, MRC Industries, Inc. is recommended in the amount of $7,500. MRC's is getting an adult day program for older adults with disabilities up and running to build life skills, improve health, socialize, and engage in the community. Next, we have Shepherd Center of America. With their award, Shepherd Center will expand their transportation services to increase ride availability and add capacity to transport wheelchairs. They will also extend their service area to include trips to the VA Medical Center in Battle Creek. Tandon's Advanced Pharmacy in the amount of $24,000. This award will provide older adults with financial support for their prescription copays, ensuring they can access their prescribed medications without sacrificing other essential needs like food and housing. And finally, 12 Baskets Food Pantry. 12 Baskets is the first-time applicant I spoke to and will utilize their award for the development of a community system to identify older adults needing food assistance, coordinate pickup or delivery, and also connect clients to other benefits such as SNAP to support their nutritional needs. In closing, the ad hoc committee respectfully recommends board approval of these awards so contracts may be issued effective January 1, 2026. These services directly address critical gaps and support AAA's mission of helping older adults live safely and independently at home. And I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cassie, and to members of our commission who've been working on the ad hoc committee. I see Commissioner Kistler, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. Good presentation, Cassie.
Thank you.
And I want to notice that Bev and Sarah and Don are in the back there with you, and they were in all these meetings. And it was an educational process for me, just as it was when we did this, last November or October. I didn't study at the foot of Don Cooney, so a lot of social services things are foreign to me, but I'm coming up to speed if I spend enough time with you guys. And I just wanted to acknowledge that this was an effort that I came away learning more than I contributed, but that's because I don't know so much to begin with. And I appreciate you and Kelly and Tim and the other people that chaired the committee, and it was very well done. So I will do everything to encourage us to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. I too want to thank you for this very well thought out and very complete report. You know, and this is something that goes countywide. It's not just in one small area, so it serves the entire county of Kalamazoo. So I'm very supportive of helping those folks that have reached this part where we can help them and keep them in their homes and keep them safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Commissioner Mazer.
Thank you. Well, I too served on that ad hoc committee, and I was so impressed with all the discussions that took place. And I too learned an awful lot about all the services that we offer, and I'm very impressed. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cassie. We appreciate your time and the work.
Thank
you. And all of our colleagues. Thank you. All right. All right, good stuff. Next, we're going to move to a discussion on retiree wages. Thank you, Deputy Administrator. Okay, excellent. All right, so we'll open up. I think we've had, over the last several years, there's been discussion on making an adjustment for prior retirees. We know it's been a couple of decades since cost of living increase was considered. Board leadership over a couple of terms has engaged in ongoing discussions with that, with stakeholders. We've had actuarial evaluations done of a number of potential considerations. Those were presented within the materials for the board. So we're going to engage in some discussion on our options and opportunities to glean from the commission what direction that we would like to move forward. Administrator Catlin, do you want to provide any information on the actuarial detail that we received, or I can review it as well?
Chair, I absolutely can. Yeah, if you
Thank you
wouldn't
so
mind.
much.
Thank you. No, I appreciate the opportunity. So Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem Commissioners, you'd asked for Administration and Finance to work with the our actuary, which is GRS, and in consultation too with our Retirement Investment Committee, produced these actuaries for scenarios that you were considering for retirees that are in the system now, so current retirees. And some of those scenarios are all of the scenarios rather are described within the item report. So what the first scenario was a 1% cost of living increase for every year retired. And with all of these scenarios, obviously they increase the unfunded accrued liability and then also increase employer contribution to the system. You'll notice that with the first 2 or 3 scenarios rather in the packet, these were actuaries that were produced last year. And so the latter 2 proposals that were considered encompassed updated retiree information. So that's why the funded ratios are not the same, because we actually had an actuary, a system actuary completed back in May. So then I had them run the new scenarios with that information. So that's why those numbers are slightly off. So if we were to consider the probably the first 3 proposals, we'd need a new actuary to get accurate numbers. But nonetheless, they're accurate for the time that they were ran. So the 1% one-time increase cost of living adjustment for every year retired would decrease, funded ratio from 109 to 105%, unaccrued liability $7+ million, and the employer contribution would increase by $900,000 per year in perpetuity. They also considered a scenario where it was a 1.5% cost of living adjustment for every year retired. That would decrease the funded ratio from 109% to 102%, unfunded accrued liability by $11+ million, and then employer contribution will go up $1.3 million. The one-time 1% for every 3 years retired would decrease the funded ratio from 109% to 108%. And then unfunded accrued liability by $2.2 million, and then the employer contribution would increase by 272,000 per year. And scenario contemplated an increase of a one-time 0.75% for every year retired, so that would decrease our funded ratio rather for 103% to 100%, so 3% decrease, and then unfunded accrued liability by $5.8 million, and then employer contribution would increase by almost 700,000. And then there was a tiered approach that contemplated sort of this idea that equity would play a role in this, so that folks that were retired within a certain range would receive a tiered sort of increase per year retired for one time. So it ranged from 0.35% all the way up to 1.1%. And that scenario would have decreased unfunded liability by 3.2%. Or I'm sorry, it decreased the funded ratio rather by 3.2%, increased the unfunded accrued liability by about 5.8 million, and then our employer contribution by about $700,000 as well. The board leadership also wanted us to work with our actuary to do something for active employees should any scenario be considered. So for general non-represented employees, increasing the multiplier from 2% to 2.1%, and that would decrease unfunded funded ratio rather from 103% to 102%, and then increases the unfunded accrued liability by about 768,000, and the employer contribution would increase by about 205,000. All of these increases and our contemplation of these would be deducted from our employee benefits fund, which is of course funded by the fringe rate that we calculate per position. So I'm happy to answer any additional questions. As you know, and I've shared this with retiree proponents too. Again, I'm just sharing this as I'm just the messenger from the Retirement Investment Committee, right? But their recommendation is to not approve this and to instead award the retirees in the system a one-time lump sum amount from the general fund and or employee benefits fund, whichever would make sense, and not dip into the retirement system. And obviously with any of these scenarios, because it would contemplate the fringe rate, that has implications on what the board can do in the future with addressing. And as you know, we're talking about budget now and how we can chip away and try to address new funding requests, like even from the courts, for example. We will have even less money to address needs as they arise in the future should you endeavor to increase any of these benefits. So those are just some of the things that you have to think about as we kind of move forward, and we're happy to answer questions on the fly as well.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Yes, I asked for the 2.0 to 2.1 to get an actuarial on that as well. My thought process being, if we were going to do something for retirees, we should do something for active employees as well. Everybody shares in that. My statement is this: I don't think we can afford a full 1% for every year retired. I think we need to add, if we do anything, we need to add this 2.1%. I'm leaning toward the 0.75% per year for retirement. That's going to be tight, but I think we can do it. At that, with the 2.1 increase, I think they need to go tandem. It's going to increase our operating about $950,000 a year. To do that, we've got a surplus with a lot of it is in positions. A lot of it's in investment income that's not going to be around forever. But we have a significant expenditures on the horizon. We're about to go into closed session and possibly discuss, come out maybe, and we'll see where we're at after that discussion. But we might have some really big payments to make, $3 to $4 million a year on bond payments. We do a new building if we're going to be borrowing the type of money we're talking about. So I would strongly urge this board to not get over the $1 million a year increase. Don't go over that because we can't afford to. And I do believe strongly that we need to put the 205 in there, the 2.1%. So 205 of that for our current employees. So that leaves the best option is the 0.75. That's tight for me. That's about as far as I'm willing to go, but I'm willing to go that far at a 0.75% per year.
Commissioner Kistler.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. I am willing to hear more discussion, but right now I come down on the side of the Pension Investment Committee. That's a lot of real financial knowledge there, and I hate to dismiss it out of hand. And that said, I would like to enlighten everybody with what is an actuary. It's someone that wanted to be an accountant but didn't have the personality.
Thank you. So, they worked through the number based on a set of assumptions for us. And they worked through them in a very conservative set of assumptions. I think that's also important. The valuation that they do for us is done in a way that is quite cautious. And there's certainly circumstances where they could not have been cautious enough, but there are circumstances also where they could have under-evaluated the performance. I think the Retirement Investment Committee's recommendation is an important one, but not the only. Commissioner DeLu.
I just had, excuse me, a question. I asked before, do we know the percentage of people that this would affect, or how many are collecting Social Security in addition to their county pension?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that off the top of my head. Yeah, I'll have to ask staff. I don't even know if we would know that information, but I can ask HR. Yeah.
I mean, we can make some assumptions based on the age range of the retiree pool, which we do have a sense of what the age range is. So with that, we may not know exactly, but we could have a general sense of that. Do we have any other over here before I go back to Commissioner Kistler?
Yes, I hadn't even thought about the Social Security issue, but if indeed things happen the way they look like they're headed with Social Security not going to be taxed anymore, that's a pretty good bump for a lot of people anyway.
Yeah, that is a consideration. Another for me, when we think through the priority we've set as a commission, and I think we all deeply believe in supporting employees. And employees are not just people working today, in my view, but they are people who've worked for us and built county government in the past. And just like the employees sitting around here today, if we are not mindful and make adjustments, what I hope will be on a routine basis, which then would not be as costly as what we're looking at now. But otherwise, we're watching their benefit really just turn into dust in front of them. It loses tremendous purchasing power over time. And so walking away at retirement feeling like you have some security that dwindles quite quickly. And one of the things we see about other prominent defined benefit programs like Social Security is that they are afforded a very modest cost of living increase each year. One of the things negotiated in the past were reductions to what we call the multiplier. So this is a 5-year, I think it's 5 years, maybe it's 3-year average, the employee's wage that then is subject to a multiplier to help to define the pension benefit that they'll receive. And there were reductions in that. And so we can increase that and address current employees right now, knowing that we see the need for that secure retirement. We're committed to funding it. And then I would challenge this board, I am also strongly comfortable with a 0.75 reduction. I think it makes more sense than a tiered approach. It's easier for our finance team to administer. I think it's affordable at this point. We do have headwinds and we may need to adjust the fringe rate. We reduced that in last year's budget to afford us some resources to prioritize other issues with, and we may need to increase that fringe rate. We'll see how our retirement fund performs, the investments, how they perform. But we're fully funded at this point. That's a circumstance many governments had to walk away from defined benefits or are not fully funded. This will leave us in that same secure position, but take a benefit that dwindled over time for our retirees and give them back dignity. Particularly, thinking of our lower wage employees, that benefit is a critical component of survival for folks. And I always think most about that, the people struggling at the margins. We have employees now that are struggling to afford housing as working adults. And then you add into that a defined benefit that lost its buying power as a senior, as your healthcare costs escalate. We can do something about that. I think we can afford to. Other thoughts?
Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
So to answer Chair Commissioner DeLue's question, so in our system we have 710 active employees within the system, and then active like actual working that are still working, not retired. And retired members in our system is 410. The average age is 72.4. So theoretically, most of those individuals in the system currently are eligible for Social Security and should be collecting benefits if not.
Commissioner DeLue?
I guess so my point is this retirement benefit is not their only source of income. So, in which Social Security does increase every year.
Vice Chair.
One, I think there was a Western grad named Brad Kent who wrote a story about retirement income, and it was published nationally about a 3-tiered system with you need your investments that you personally saved, you need your Social Security, and then you also need a benefit of defined benefit of some kind or some sort of pension plan. So really you need 3 active sources of income to retire comfortably. But that was a long read from a while ago. But my question actually has to do with our employee benefit fund. Looking at the report that we've got about 11.2 in our employee benefit fund. It went from fiscal year 22 at 6.8 to fiscal year at the end of 24, 11.2. So we've had an increase of about $5 million into that employee benefit fund. Now, a lot of that had to do with money that we put in there for childcare. We put in there for TRISHARE. We put in there for other things. We are going to have to, probably not next year, within a couple of years, we're going to have to increase our fringe rate. I mean, that's going to happen as healthcare costs go up, and regardless if we do this or if we don't do this, I mean, it's just going to push our fringe rate increase up maybe a year or two. But if we do go forward with a retiree change and a multiplier change, we'll probably be pushing our fringe rate up a year before than we normally would. That being said, I think we can afford that if we keep it under $1 million a year. The Retire Investment Committee, that is their job. Quite frankly, it wouldn't, if they gave any other answer but don't do this, they wouldn't be doing their job. Now our job is to how do we budget for it? Do we want to continue to have 100%, 100-some percent funded every single year? I would like to keep it closer to 100 and then actually increase the benefits to the individuals that paid into it. That's my sense, and I do agree with the chair. There are a lot of conservative assumptions that are put in there. 3.25 every year increase we usually give 3. We did give 4 one year, but usually it's 3, 2.5. I don't see us be giving 4 very often. But I'm good with 0.75%. And you know what? I think is a motion in order, Chair, or should we discuss it for more?
Well, I think what would be in order, Vice Chair, we need some consensus from the board. We've heard, some commentary from some of our members. I think having consensus, we could consider then moving a motion at a prior meeting. Typically, we're not moving from the floor, though certainly a member has a prerogative to do so if they so choose. Council?
You've said it, Madam Chair. I would like the opportunity to at least maybe consider if this needs to be put into a resolution so that your statement is clear on the record, and we'd like to bring it back at, if not the next meeting, appropriate meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Council. Commissioner Wheeler?
I'd be amenable to the 0.75 increase.
And I believe I'm seeing consensus, not unanimity, but I am seeing generally support. Commissioner Gisler?
Thank you again, Chair. I'm gonna have to get a new one of these printed. I'm starting to wear this one out. We really do need to prioritize, guys. We can't be everything to everybody all the time. And, let's consider where the other places are that we're spending money. We're not to the point where we're spending like drunken sailors, and that gives sailors a bad reputation, but it seems to me we keep pressing on all fronts to increase our spending. We need to think about that, I think, more than we do now.
Okay, I think we've exhausted discussion at this point. We'll have it come forward again for final resolution and discussion at a future date and time. Direction for administration is to work through the required documentation for a 0.75 increase with a 2.1 multiplier for current employees, and then we'll have the opportunity again to debate and take a final vote. Okay. All right, thank you all for that discussion. Let's move to review of revised advisory board interview questions. So this should be pretty brief. I mean, the board appointments committee, we slog through lots of application reviews and interviews. We've just asked to refine and the questions a bit just to make them a little bit easier to understand and to flow a bit better. They need to come here for support. So we'll ask for those to come forward at a future regular meeting agenda, and we will put them into work. All right, we also have first reading of a few items included within the packet. We had a resolution opposing the House of Representatives fiscal 26 budget cuts to county revenue sharing. We've had some discussion through our budget process about the potential impacts of that. And so I'm thankful with collaboration from Michigan Association of Counties and Administration that we'll advance that this evening for a final vote at our regular session. We also have proclamation proclaiming September as National Service Dog Month. Who doesn't love a service dog? And then proclamation recognizing National Hispanic Heritage Month as well. Right, any questions or comments on those items? All right, at this time, we are slated for a closed session. Commissioner Wheeler is always Johnny on the spot. Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler, for your motion.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the Board of Commissioners go into a closed session pursuant to Section 8D of MCL 15.268, the Open Meetings Act, for the purpose of considering the purchase or lease of real property.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any further discussion? Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strauss,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLue.
Yeah.
9 yes.
That motion carries. We will move adjourn to closed session. right, I will call us back to order. Commissioner Wheeler?
Thank you, Chair. I make a motion to come out of closed session.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem to come out of closed session. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. That motion carries.
I make a motion to approve the closed session minutes.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner Morales. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. All right, with that, we have exhausted our agenda. We are adjourned. All right, good evening. I'm going to call to order the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners, September 16th, 2025, regular business meeting. Our first item is our invocation and reflection. I've heard Commissioner Gisler will grace us with that.
Thank you. Please pray with me. Heavenly Father, as we gather here to make decisions for our community, bless us that we may use our best skills and judgment. Guide us as we consider the merits and pitfalls of each matter that comes before us. Grant us the wisdom to act in the best interest of our community and fellow citizens. Help us show respect for each other and our community. Please grant us the wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times. Finally, watch over the men and women who keep us safe at home and abroad. Amen.
Thank you. We'll go to item 3, which is our roll call. Clerk.
Commissioner DeLu? Here. Commissioner Gisler? Here. Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler?
Here.
Commissioner Mazer?
Here.
Commissioner Morales?
Present.
Commissioner Ray?
Present.
Chair Strabs?
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor?
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler?
Here.
You have 9 present.
Thank you. We'll go to item.
Madam
4.
Chair?
Yes.
I'm
Thank you,
sorry.
Council.
I would respectfully request that you adjourn this meeting to the call of the chair in order to call the other meeting back into session to conclude it.
The council, we did call the prior committee of the whole to order. We approved, we made a motion to come out of closed session. We did approve minutes and then we adjourned.
Oh,
We were just being on top of it.
my apologies. Thank you, ma'am.
That is all right. Thank you for keeping us in order, council. Much appreciated. Excellent. Okay, we'll move forward to proclamations. First is item 2025-1157. This is a request for the approval of proclamation recognizing September 2025 as National Recovery Month. Motion is made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. We'll go next to item 2025-1198. This is a request of approval of proclamation proclaiming September as National Service Dog Month. Motion made by Commissioner DeLu, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. We'll go to our third is item 2025-1197. Request for approval of proclamation recognizing National Hispanic Heritage Month.
Support.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries as well. All right. Through proclamations, let's go. Yes, Commissioner Wheeler.
I'm sorry, were you moving to the next proclamation? There's one more.
I was looking through my paper packet. Maybe I skipped over one, so my apologies.
Do you want me to make the motion?
Please, go for it.
I'll move to approve the proclamation designating September as National Suicide Prevention Month.
Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler. Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner Ray. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Okay, now we'll move forth to item number 5. It's communications. So we have a number of annual reports that we are in receipt of. The first is item 2025-1049. This was from the Office of the Administrator, their 24 annual report. Do you have any questions or comments from the board? All right, well, I will just share in brief. I was joking with some colleagues. It was like a catalog of the dream team. Looking through that. So, you know, this is the group of people that I get the privilege to work closest with in county government. We have many, many talented departments and staff, but I just want to thank the entire administrative cabinet, Dr. Catlin, Office of Corporation Counsel, our Deputy Administrators Smith and Cole, our DEI department, our Public Information Officer, administrative services team. I can't remember if I already said the DEI department, and also our emergency management, a new addition. So the community has an opportunity, hopefully, to review materials here. We're watching really a forward-thinking and deeply talented team, and I just want to thank you guys for all of that. Each and every day that we're working together. It's good stuff, and I'm grateful for it. So thank you. Okay, let's go on to our next, which was the receipt of the Parks and Expo 2024 annual report. Do you have any thoughts or comments there? All right, and just in brief, because I don't want these to just feel passed over, but our parks are extensive, and recently we celebrated the expansion of the Woolham Nature Preserve, and I really want to thank Director Rakowitz and that entire team. We're glad to see even the seasonal park staff, the wages have been elevated. We're working together to support the vibrancy of the parks, and to all of our donors and Director Rakowitz for the visioning to get us open at Woolham. It's a lot of work, and we really appreciate it. Okay, we'll go. The next item was 2025-1176, Office of the Medical Examiner's Report. Within this report, we can see information about what is happening to the population in Kalamazoo. We've had ongoing changes within the medical examiner's office. We're appreciative of the day in and day out work that's done to analyze what's happening in our community, understanding the impacts of a number of social factors, including the impact of overdoses in the community. That's, I think, probably often very thankless work and very hard work. So we are thankful to them as well. Okay. Beyond our annual reports, we also received our monthly financial report. We received a board update on the housing millage, received an email from Barry Burnside expressing concerns regarding a potential data center in Pavilion Township. And we also received Resolution 2547 from the City of Kalamazoo establishing a commercial district located at 261 East Kalamazoo Avenue. Are there any other communications from the board? I will mention I received a couple from our web interface. Community members very concerned about the close of Wings West and the impact of youth hockey community. And I also received some communications from an unhoused family currently hoteling, spending nearly $7,000 a month just to stay in a hotel, and hoping desperately maybe they'll get services when we eventually open the landing place. I'll be in ongoing communication with them around supports. Okay, we'll go next to approval of minutes, item number 6. I'd entertain a motion.
Support.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, to approve the September 2nd, 2025 draft committee of the whole and regular meeting minutes. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Let's go to item 7, approval of the agenda. Commissioner.
Motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Commissioner Wheeler, do you have a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If at the request of another commissioner, if Commissioner Hepler would amend his motion to allow for a motion to add an item to the new business part of the agenda. Thank you.
If I could add an amendment to add to the agenda the discussion around the purchasing of real property. Oh, that one. Things on that. Ah, right here. Thank you. Okay. Oh no, that's good. Thank you. Okay. To add to Vice Chair Pro Tem's motion, consideration of the purchase of property commonly known as 224 West Kalamazoo Ave, Kalamazoo, Michigan, be placed on the agenda under new business.
Okay, motion made to add the item to new business supported by Vice Chair Taylor. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. That motion carries. All right, I'll make a secondary motion for the agenda as amended. Thank you. Motion made by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler for the agenda as amended, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Great, that motion carries. Thank you, commissioners. Okay, I'm gonna move next to item 8 under presentations. And what we have here, we're going to conduct some interviews for the Road Commission of Kalamazoo County. All right, so we'll just take them up as in order as presented within the agenda. And so we'll bring forth first Miss Tony Kennedy. Tony, you are welcome to either join us at the podium, or as I offer at our committee of the whole, if you'd like to sit as well, that is perfectly acceptable, wherever you are most comfortable.
I think I like to try to be smaller sometimes.
Yes.
I appreciate being here. Thank you very much. I'm Tony Kennedy. I'm a veteran of the United States Army, and I am honored to be here this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Appreciate your time. It's always good to see you and appreciate you being with us. So we're just going to go around robin. We don't have as many questions as commissioners, but we'll kind of pass it along. You know me already. I am Commissioner Jen Streps. I'm representing District Number 2. And I'm going to take our first question. Make sure I have this. Thank you. Okay. All right, Ms. Kennedy, what do you know about this advisory board or authority, and why are you interested in serving on it?
So what I know about the advisory board, I actually took your description and just made it mine, just letting you know, no plagiarism. But the Board of County Road Commissions is charged with the responsibility of construction and maintenance of the Kalamazoo County infrastructure system. At least 4 of the 5 board members must reside in a township and are 6-year staggered terms. And I went ahead and adopted that because it just really says what it is all about. And why I want to serve is because I am certain that I bring the resident perspective to the table. And I am excited about this opportunity. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Vice Chair, will you take our second one?
Thank you. What experience do you have that is related to the work of the authority? This could be professional experience or experience you have from the community or township.
Thank you for the question. So I currently sit on several boards within our community. This has prepared me for understanding policies and for what the community needs. I am a community girl, a person. I enjoy helping and serving the community, and the only way you're really going to know anything about what's happening in the community is if you're a part of it. And I enjoy being a part of it. Thank you for the question.
Mr. Mazur, thank you.
Hello. Thank you for being here tonight. Share what you have learned from working with people from different cultures.
Excuse me for reading. Sometimes I'm off the cuff and I'm really okay, but I thought that it was really important to value your time. So I will be reading some and expanding in other areas if I need to be. So I believe the best policy are made when there are different backgrounds at the table. It makes it all inclusive and a very well-rounded board. That means that everybody has a seat at the table, even if they're not all present. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Wendy.
Hi, Tony. John
Yes, sir.
Gisler. I represent 5 of the 15 rural townships.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. What training or education have you received in diversity, equity, and inclusion and justice? How will you use what you have learned in your work with this advisory authority?
So I've served on several committees which have provided training in that capacity. So I've had actually formal training in DEI. I've done things such as implicit bias within the different organizations that I have been involved with, and in my previous employer as well. Cultural competence seminars focusing on understanding and appreciating and responding to differences in background, not to mention the fact that I also, I also am Hispanic and bring something to the table that's a little different. So I do understand different cultures as well.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hello, Tony.
Hi, Commissioner. How you doing?
What do you expect the advisory board to give to the community, and how can you help the work of the advisory board?
So what I expect the advisory board authority to give to the community is inclusivity. And why I say that is I feel that it's extremely important for the neighborhood to be represented. I think our neighborhoods should be represented. I feel block by block, we should hear from our residents and know what our residents need, especially if you have a resident who, or someone who serves on the board that is out within the community and has a good pulse of what they need in the community and bring that back. So that's what I am expecting. And what I bring is the resident perspective and the neighborhood approach, as I said before. Yep.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening. Tammy Ray. I represent District 1. What are 3 things that a member of the advisory board or authority should consider?
I believe we should consider these 3 things. A process that impacts residents. We should know what our residents need and want. Communication with the residents. It's something that I feel that all boards need to do better at. And most importantly, learning and understanding. I would like to be the conduit connection between the resident and this organization.
Thank you.
Hi, Tony. I'm Abigail Wheeler. I represent District 4. The question I have is, what is the greatest strength that you'll bring to this authority?
I am a great advocate for best practices. When I believe in something, I will be the biggest advocate that you can have. There's so much to me. I'm a veteran. I'm Hispanic. I live in a regular neighborhood. I love my township. And I'm there for my township. As you well know, I also serve as trustee, and I'm always out there advocating for my community. And, I'm not afraid to knock on doors. I'm not afraid to ask the hard questions, and I'm not afraid to be a team player when that's warranted. And that's what I bring. That's who I am.
Hello there, Commissioner Morales, District 3, Happy Hispanic Heritage Month. Are you available for the meetings and times associated with this one?
Yes, I am available. They are bi-weekly. each month at 3 p.m. And the location is in that magnificent building. And I believe it's Comstock. So yes, I am available, very much so.
Thank you. I'm Jeff Epler, as you well know, and I have the hardest question of all tonight. Do you have any questions of us?
Well, my question is that I want to know what is the area of impact this board wants to see in this new commissioner? Commissioner Morales.
I would like to see, and I have seen change with constituents putting in service requests to see those handled a little more thoroughly, I would say. I get phone calls from mainly township folks, no one in my area, when trees fall down or we have storms. I get a lot of Facebook requests, and sometimes it takes for us to contact the road commission to get the job done. And I don't want to keep doing that. I want folks on that board to get the tickets or, have a smoother process. Not to say that they're not busy and overwhelmed. I don't know, because I don't work out there. And I know we're limited during storm time to help everybody, but I don't want to hear about the same request 3 months later. So more efficiency for me.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Thanks, Chair. With, the road commission, I would like to see a bigger focus on non-motorized. We have a really big bicycling community that likes to go outside of, the city of Kalamazoo, the city of Portage. And I think that Kalamazoo is uniquely positioned to be able to connect some of our non-motorized ways with other communities and really put us on the map and, make it more accessible for everybody.
Thank you.
I'll just say I agree with both of those sentiments as priorities, in particular that customer service component for the road commission. That's important, along with thinking about how we design infrastructure to slow things down and keep people safe. And that looks different in different parts of the county. That might look different in a neighborhood than it looks on a rural street. And I'd like consideration to that sort of like design framework. All right. Ms. Kennedy, I appreciate you.
Can I so currently, if the road commission wants to pick up a tree, it can take up to a year unless 911 is called. I look forward to looking at policies and suggestions for residents regarding those potholes that I'm ready to fill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I appreciate that. All right, wonderful. Okay, next we will welcome forward Mr. Kevin Trayer. And you're welcome to come to the podium. You're also welcome to sit at the dais if you'd like as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name's Kevin Trayer, live in Richland Township, the village of Richland, and the county of Kalamazoo, and all of that. So I want to thank you all for the time this evening. And I too want to start out, and I believe that I have the qualifications that are needed, but I can't stress enough where my heart is for this community. And I think I've done it in front of this committee before and coming here several times, and the road commission itself. So I look forward to any of the questions you have, and I hope that as I go through, we can thread through all of these into I'd hate to have to read all of this stuff, but it's all here if you need to see it. But thank you.
Yes, thank you. All right, we'll go around just as we have just done. You'll hear the same set of questions. So can you share with us what you know about this authority and why you're interested in serving on it?
I actually have gone before it. So I've been on the other side, from the community side, and when I was coming forth with the Postal Service asking for the board's help on the traffic concerns out at 9th Street, because that was my bailiwick too, was part of that, is the deceleration lanes and the excessive traffic. But my what I really respect a lot of what they're doing is, one, it's necessary to me is if I get this position, is the efficacy, the safety, and the follow through for the community, and to listen to people that come forward before that board. I never was mistreated any time that I went there, and I don't plan on ever doing that to anybody else or be dismissive to anybody, because that is what they're there for. They're here to listen to people. They're there to represent you all as well, and to be a voice, and also to bring back concerns. So
Thank you.
What experience do you have that's related to the work of the authority? And this could be professional or experience you have from the community.
with the United States Postal Service, I put over 33 years in. I rose from the ranks from janitor to manager of the plant maintenance in Kalamazoo. I became a contracting officer's representative. I overseen $1 million plus projects, which is to do with parking lots, ADA requirements, sidewalks, infrastructure for 97 post offices in Southwest Michigan. My job was to sign off and review all the contractors' work on that for headquarters and the area level. My position also came with the authority or the expectation that I could be held criminally and financially responsible for any misrepresentation of whatever. So when I signed off on those projects as the local official, not only my freedom was at risk, but my integrity was too. And I was in charge of multiple projects. I know how to work with contractors about the density of asphalt or the ADA requirements. Were originally, the Postal Service was waived from that, and with public outcry, and justly so, had to comply immediately with anything. So when any of the sidewalks were changed, any of the curbing, anything that was going on had to be done. Any of the complaints that came in the 97 post office, I was sent out to give that briefing back to headquarters and to get those projects put on our facilities list ASAP. So, and again, my accreditation's in here. I was an adjunct distance learning person for environmental, OSHA, stormwater runoff, pollution prevention plans. I had to sign off on those for Kalamazoo, Maine, and the 9th Street facility for the detention ponds and the vehicle maintenance facility there. If you want to look at that accreditation, NCED is the Postal Service terminology. It's the National Center for Employee Development. It's 1,000 people at a time out there. And I was certified through them to be a distance instructor for all of that stuff. So I have multiple certifications that I took place over years. I was a member of the National Electrical Code Association. I have all the certifications and training in here. My training is that little fine print on every one of these pages, and all the certifications that gave me that authority to represent the United States Postal Service and its expectations, which are also audited by the United States Postal Inspection Service and the Office of Inspector General, that have both law enforcement over that. So of that time, I received 33 commendations for my performance and never any disciplinary action.
Good evening. Share what you have learned from working with people from different cultures.
Well, one, I am a state certified mediator. I was going to go on to the restorative justice program, but that was the week of COVID after I got certified the week before. But since then, I also am the Michigan Area Vice President for Postal Supervisors, Managers, and Postmasters. I represent the entire states of Michigan and Indiana. On that, I represent people in those types of things. I also prepare cases to go before the MSPB Board, Merit System Protection Board, which also deals with certain things like this. I just recently got a decision in April representing a female postmaster who was being charged with alleged discrimination. I do both sides of this type of thing. The board ruled in our favor with prejudice and dismissed the case against the person that I was representing. Also, I have represented my craft employees and helped them. I had about 1/3 of my department were disabled veterans I had other types of disability people that worked with me, and I too was hired to the Postal Service due to the disabilities. Well, at that time, it was it just slips my mind for a second, but it wasn't DEI. It was affirmative action. I was hired in 1986 under the disabilities program. I also took that and took my platform as janitor and rose up to manager and took that position and promoted many of those people that wanted to not necessarily go into management, but wanted to go up from the entry-level positions into having one of the departments with the first female mechanics, higher level, and also going on to helping them even go into management if they chose to. And over the years in the AO post offices, several postmasters have been promoted because mentoring to them as an advocate for the National Association of Postal Supervisors, I went out and gave them training and also sat on many committees. I sat on, at one particular time, a committee of trying to get more Hispanics in the Grand Rapids area promoted into management. And I sat on that with Juan Garcia, unfortunately who's passed away now, on that committee to do what we could do to get other cultures involved, to get prepared, to get elevated up into our district.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Kevin, I'm John Gisler, as you heard, and I represent 5 of the 15 rural townships. Tell me what training and education you've received in diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice, and how will you use what you've learned in your work with this advisory authority?
Well, as I rose to the rank of management, we're required annually to receive training. But also part of our duties and responsibilities is to train our employees and to have ongoing service talks and do that on a regular basis. Those are documented and those are tracked through the system of the United States Postal Service, Distance Learning, and LDNC, Diversity and Development Center. Those are not only mandatory, but they're required by federal law. And I've been trained in all of that. I've also given that training numerous times. I also, as part of being an area vice president, have hosted 11 state training seminars. And then we bring in people to do the training. We also do training like that. I do that training. I have all of my accreditation is through and at the federal level and through the Postal Service, which has its own standards that they go through. I also sat on a maintenance review board for compliance on a hiring position for entry-level maintenance employees. And I, along with the other people that were on that committee, were the 3rd level testing that standard to make sure. And we pointed out still at being the 3rd and final panel, there were deficiencies that did not accept other people's disabilities or needs of comprehension or things like that. They were suggested and they were changed. And then the ultimate test was approved before the occupational psychology group at postal headquarters. So I've done all of that type of thing. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Trayer, what do you expect the advisory board to give to the community, and how can you help with the work of the advisory board?
Well, I've noticed some things, and I heard some things even here too. You know, I brought some concerns forward, and some of them haven't been addressed. And some of them deal with traffic in the rural areas where I live. And some of them were just site obstructions and things like that. I know that people are busy, but to be honest with you, this is my wheelhouse. This is where, if you brought something like that to me, I can figure things out like that. That's what I did with my job. I started out with field maintenance for all 97 post offices in Southwest Michigan in the 490, 491, later to going on to managing those. Also, again, that type of experience also got me the position of contracting officers representative. And I also would make suggestions also to simplify, improve with the utmost attention on safety first and what's going to need to be addressed. Everybody has a full plate. Everybody's come up with different things, but if you don't have a board with different ideas or willing to come forth and present things, then it just stays the same over and over again. But I have also received financial compensation for ideas that I came up with. One project was dealing with the safety in the Benton Harbor Post Office. The contractor said that they were going to do the job at $60,000 with no guarantee. I ended up coming up with a solution. It ended up costing $2,500 and was adopted by the Postal Service, and I received financial compensation for that as well. So I have a lot of knowledge into trying to think and look through things, especially when you don't have any money. Especially when you don't have any money. I managed a $3 million budget and came 20% under. And when I left as postmaster in Richland, when my job was riffed, and I took postmaster in my hometown, I can't tell you how much money in stamp stock I have, but it was thousands. Not one stamp was missing after 3 years. And there's a lot of financial stuff there too. So, but my thing is really is transparency, efficacy, follow through, commitment, and having a passion for what we want to do with our community.
Good evening. Tammy Ray, I represent District 1. What are 3 things that a member of this authority should consider?
Of me or of the board? What I should consider, first of all, I really am going to rely on my efficacy. That's one that I hope that you can appreciate. True, my knowledge, or second, my knowledge of safety, and 3, my vocational experience, which is everything from pollution prevention to OSHA. I was taken in 2020 through 29 CFR 1910, OSHA Right to Know Law, the entire book. We went from a week for training from front to back on all of that. I later went on to teach all of that things. I think I can also bring that to the county road commission staff as well, because I still teach it. I can still do all of that things. There's still things I do. The ongoing stuff that I did here was through the Postal Service and through federal certifications, and they have timelines. I'm also versed in manifest trainer signing and managing for environmental waste. I could go out in that building and go through anything and say, well, this is a problem or it isn't a problem right now to this day. And I've been retired for 5 years, but I still think I have a lot of potential and a commitment for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Abigail Wheeler. I represent District 4. My question for you is, what is the greatest strength that you'll bring to this authority?
Well, I think my vocational knowledge is it, my passion for this community. I've served as 5 years as a deputy sheriff reserve. I had to take a early retirement from that, from an industrial accident that I was almost killed by. That's also my passion of safety, of not letting that happen. I've served as 21 years for the Gull Lake Life Care Ambulance and helped merge the ambulance to Life Care and was the last volunteer. And I served Richland and Ross Townships areas and the surrounding areas for 21 years. I went on after retiring from that, from teaching from the Red Cross for 5 more years during Hurricane Katrina and doing things like that. 16 years with the Boy Scout Pack and Troop of 294 in Richland. 6 years recently with the Lions Club. And sounds like last night, Papa's going to get back into the Boy Scouts because my grandson's going into Tiger Cubs. So I think that shows my passion for this community. And I did all of this starting with a 20-month-old who's now 40, who works in the Postal Service in his career of his father. He's 40 now. And everybody says, well, they don't have enough time. I did all of that while I was a single parent and still holding down my jobs, and was branch president of the management organization, joint state president at the same time, and now I'm on the executive board. So.
Morales, District 3, welcome.
Thank you.
Are you available for the dates and times?
Well, since I'm semi-retired, I am retired, but yes, I am, and I appreciate that because if I couldn't commit to this time, I wouldn't come forward to it. Yes, we all know there might be times here or there that could be an absolute thing, but only with justification would I ever say that I can't make it to something, and that I have given that type of commitment to every one of those organizations, every one of them at the same time. And I still am in some of those types of organizations. I serve on 3 panels for the National Executive Board, staffing at the postmasters, staffing at the plants, and the legislative committee that I have been on for 33 years. I have a great experience in Capitol Hill. Okay, don't laugh about all that stuff. I know what it is, but I've been on the Hill for over 30 years and know how to deal with both sides of the aisle on anything. I had spent 25 years working successfully with Congressman Upton in our area, who helped lead that consolidation mess at 9th Street, which also, thank you all, kept 14 of those 17 post offices being closed. And you can see the disastrous decision they've already done and its impact. This commission, with Commissioner Hepler right by my side at that particular time, but me coming back forward, you were the first ones that wrote the resolution that went to DeJoy desk. And when he finally got asked in that March of that next year, they wanted to know, it said, headquarters asked him, did you get any of Kevin's letters from Kalamazoo County? Yeah, we got them all. Well, what are you going to do with them? We don't know yet. So thank you for all of that. But I'm here. I ain't going anywhere. So
Thank you.
I'm Jeff Hepler from District 7, and I got this hard question. Do you have any questions of us?
well, again, just like the lady before me, what are your expectations? Because ultimately, we serve the county, but you serve the county people, all of you. And no matter where we're going, there's always a step up to what are we trying to do? Who are we trying to make sure that we get the information to? And ultimately, whoever you decide is going to do this is going to be the plus or minus of the decision you made. So I just, want you to all know that if there's any reservation of anything, don't select me. Don't select me, because I want you to understand and judge me on my efficacy, my experience, and my commitment to this community already. So
Thank you. I think we all want to see good quality roads, and that requires a partnership with our townships. The cities all take care of their own, they have their own Act 51 monies, which they use to precipitate, but the partnering with other entities like the county road does now is very vital, and so we need to work together. This board is a mixture of city and township leaders, and we all want to work together to provide the best quality roads and infrastructure for our citizens and keep people safe. So I think that's just a rough ballpark idea.
Commissioner Morel. Thank you, Chair. So my only other addition is, as we talk about how folks have served in DEI positions, I like to keep diversity not only on that board, but I'd like to see it across the employment of the employees that work for the road commission as well. Thank you.
if I could, I just wanted to add one thing. My job also was to adhere to the Davis-Bacon Act and also with disabilities and inclusion, things like that. It was when we had contractors come in, it was my job to brief and work with all of their staff and take whatever necessary measures to make sure everybody understood and they had to sign off a book with me that all their employees would follow their policies and procedures in ours. And when I had to do daily safety checks and observations over everybody, so that I had to call off a few contractors that did not want to provide lockout tagout for their electricians. So.
Good, anything further? Mr. Trayer, we appreciate you taking time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate your consideration and all the help you've already given me on other things.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, gotta take this.
All right, I'll open up some discussion to commissioners. I'm seeing Vice Chair.
I think that last gentleman would make an excellent, and I hope he would consider the building authority. We are about to go into a huge, his experience and everything else. I think he should be applying for the building authority, and I think we should be. We have an opening on that, and I think he would be an excellent candidate. But
thank you for sharing that, Vice Chair. Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for highlighting that. I agree as well, especially with OSHA, and I can't see his face. And it's okay. No, you're good. You're good. It's all good. So, I agree with that. I am rooting for Ms. Kennedy. I've seen her in action fighting on the township board for her community. I've seen her fight for tickets, and we all know just through her work with veterans that even off the clock, she is going to make sure that people get what they need, and she doesn't care what type of beating comes with that. So, power of women. So that's where I would go. I would love to see this gentleman on the board authority and whip him into shape so that when we have projects, no one comes back and asks us for another $500,000 for an elevator. Thank you.
Commissioner DeLue.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make the decision any easier. I love Miss Kennedy's, I served with her on the Veterans Board. She has a lot of passion, and she'd be a great advocate for the public, although I don't think anybody can top Mr. Trayer's professional experience. So being on the Board Appointments Committee, it's one of those, when you interview two people, you wish there were two openings, but unfortunately there's not. So I like them both. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner DeLue. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. We've had two very, very good candidates come forward to us on this this very important position. I think they both show a great deal of professionalism and would bring a lot to the table. I think Mr. Trayer has a very good passion for keeping things honest and moving in the right direction. I think they both, as Commissioner DeLuth pointed out, have been here to support their community. I tend to look at the experience and kind of lean towards Mr. Trayer, but they both would be great. I'd go for the building commission thing, but they need to get moving. I got a parking structure that needs to get built 2 years ago.
All right, I will just share some feedback as well. I mean, as colleagues have said, we have both very quality candidates who are passionate and committed servants to the community. I think looking at the assets and talents available to both, you know, considering where those talents are a best fit, we are going to have some discussion yet this evening about endeavoring in quite an in-depth construction endeavor. And the building authority is at work on things that it does now, but it is missing an additional component. And so another person can be appointed to that body, maybe to help them move more expeditiously in some of the tasks in front of them, which would be a tremendous benefit. And so seeing that potential, and also, you know, for me in Kalamazoo Township, really that connection with how we get the community heard and bought into the way we respond to customer service issues and plan in a long-term way with road projects. I will support Miss Kennedy for this evening and would enthusiastically encourage Mr. Trayer to consider another opening. I think is by far a very, very good fit for him.
Just a
Commissioner
question, are we, is that confirmed, or there is an opening on the?
There is an opening confirmed. It is.
So we've had his interview tonight, so that would count.
The board appointments committee could take up that discussion and determine, and we could move a motion from the floor as well. Great. Vice Chair Taylor.
Yeah, we are about to go into some serious, how about 100 some $100 million plus building projects with the parking garage, with the household hazardous waste, with an administration center, with everything else. Mr. Trayer's experience with OSHA, with Davis Bacon, with continuous, I'm not only encouraging him, I would be open to voting for him on that board from a floor right now, because we need a fifth member on that. As Commissioner Hepler said, we need to get moving. Trustee Kennedy's experience with the township, that is why I think I'm in support of her for tonight. Her strength is sometimes also her weakness. She is a firecracker, but I think she's going to do a good job at that. She is. She's good. That's a good thing. But she's gonna go to the road commission, and I think she's gonna do a good job, and she's gonna hold people accountable and keep people honest. Mr. Trayer, I think needs to definitely. We're about to do some serious building in Kalamazoo County and I think he would be an excellent asset to that committee. And I'd be open to voting from the floor for him.
Commissioner Mazur.
I just want to agree with everything Vice Chair just said. Thank you.
Commissioner Morales, I'm sorry.
So we're gonna put a motion on the floor. I guess, do we ask, are you okay with that? Like, would you be open to the housing authority?
So let's I appreciate Commissioner Morales seeking clarification. So the matter first before us that maybe we should handle is that we have a consideration for the appointment for road commission. And then whether or not we take up additional discussion at this time or in the future, and we can have additional dialogue around that.
So you need a motion for Ms. Kennedy?
If you're so inclined.
I am so inclined. I move that we appoint Ms. Kennedy to the road commission.
Support.
Motion is made by Commissioner Morales, supported by Commissioner Wheeler, to appoint Tony Kennedy to Kalamazoo County Road Commission. What's discussion? All right, I am seeing none. Clerk, will you please call a roll?
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Streps,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLue,
Yes.
Commissioner Gissler,
No.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, Commissioner Mazur, Commissioner Morales. You have 7 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries. Congratulations to Ms. Kennedy. And thank you again to Mr. Trayer. So we can follow up, which I think would be more appropriate for some additional discussion, unless there's the Vice Chair Taylor.
I don't want him to sneak out and say no. I would like to make a motion to appoint Kevin Trayer to the Building Authority and give him up to 48 hours to decide whether or not to accept.
Support.
Madam Chair?
Hold on, let's keep in order. So I have a motion from Vice Chair Taylor. I have support from Commissioner Morales, Council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In all respect to Vice Chair Taylor, that motion is incorrect. There's another word I'm supposed to use, forgive me. However, It is my understanding that the building authority position is posted until October 6th. However, because that is a public posting, it has to remain open till then for applications. However, this body can bring this back on at its October 7th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, council. Appreciate that. What action is taken by the board?
If it's posted, he's correct, but I hope that he applies on October 6th, and you have my support when you do.
Would you like to rescind your motion at this time?
Unfortunately, I will have to rescind my motion. I did not know it was posted.
Is there support to rescind?
Oh, yes. Yes, but I do hope that you apply.
All right, we will consider that motion rescinded. All right, at this time, we will now move forward. Thank you for the lively procedure, everybody. Okay. All right, we will now move forward. Item number 9 for public hearings. There are none this evening. Item 10, public comment. Opportunity can be made on the phone, 855-925-2801 at meeting code 10748, pressing *3 to be in the work queue. If you wish to speak at both public comment periods, you must press *3 again at any time after this initial session has ended. This is your first opportunity to address the board. You may have up to 3 minutes in a professional and respectful manner on any topic. Once you're recognized, please share your name and where you're from. Welcome, Supervisor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Texas Township Supervisor Joanna Rourke, talking to you tonight again about tornado recovery. I'd like to comment on the agenda item to return funds initially allocated by the county for tornado recovery in Texas Township and ask that you approve our request to add those funds to those we have already forwarded to after the storm to be used to help township residents affected by the May 7th tornadoes. While this is a relatively small amount of money, if you are among those helped by these funds, it is consequential for you and your family. This debate about the use of public funds on private property is frankly ludicrous. All of the damage in Texas Township, as well as Pavilion and much of Portage, was on private property. The most authoritative source of information about allowable use of funds for disaster recovery is arguably FEMA, whose guidelines state that funds may be used to restore private property to its pre-disaster condition. Restoration is not improvement. The conflation of these terms is what led to a divisive and harmful path in Texas Township. Fundamentally, the baseline is what the property looked like and was valued at prior to the damage. This has been an unnecessarily difficult process in Texas Township. Many of us in government are exhausted by this issue. However, I see and talk to people at least weekly who are still trying to recover, who have complications with insurers or contractors, or is still just figuring out how to cover cost. I have said many times, no one or very few have $100,000 in their back pocket for nothing more than disaster recovery, then with property still at a diminished value from what it was originally. I regret the unnecessarily complicated path this funding has taken in Texas Township, despite my best efforts. But please do not further punish survivors due to the failures of those of us tasked with helping them. I have documented the issues we've had in the township regarding the recovery, and I had a productive email exchange with Dr. Catlin regarding those issues this week. I then forwarded all of that information to Senator McCann and Representatives Long John and Rogers with a request that one of them seek any needed clarification from the Attorney General so that no other community has to suffer further due to these legalistic issues when they are already in crisis from a natural disaster. Representative Long John took up my request and has forwarded my communication to the AG. I sincerely hope this will help us at a local government level avoid these issues in the future. Thank you, and thank you for your ongoing partnership.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment? Welcome. Oh, I gotta turn your mic back on, Tony. The little person. There, you got it.
Oh, cute person. Tony Kennedy, 1114 Arthur. I just wanted to thank you for your faith in me and for those two commissioners that did not vote for me. I look forward to showing you and working with you that we could still work together, because that's what diversity is all about. We don't always all have to be at the same table. I do think that Mr. Trayer will be excellent in his next capacity, and I look forward to being here. He gave me his card. I look forward to not only working with him, but also being here to serve as an advocate for him on the date that you interview him in chambers. So again, thank you very much for your confidence, and I look forward to doing all those wonderful things that you need done in customer service. Take care. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Do we have anyone else wishing to make public comment? Go, Mr. Trayer.
Trayer.
Welcome back.
Well, you do have my commitment, even though I did switch gears, but that is the gears that I grew up in the post office. I did save you from not bringing the stack I was going to of all the handbooks and manuals, the abbreviated versions, from fire suppression systems to elevator safety to everything that the agency has sent me on out to Norman, Oklahoma to train on. My job was to oversee contractors and everything like that, to make sure they weren't ripping people off or overcharging. And I did oversee $1 million elevator project at Miller Road and gave him hell over that. But I was trying to remember way back when I first met Tony, and it was through advocacy work through Congressman Upton's office and things like that. So we go back. I did exchange my card with her. You do have my commitment. I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to look at on the 6th by the name, but okay. But I'll go through, and then I will bring my Bibles with me when they come to the next meeting. But you all, I understand how this works. I understand where your feelings are. I understand where your commitments are already at. But it also makes me feel really proud that you have the confidence to still want me to come forward and apply in front of you all again with my experience that I've given over the years. And I want you to know that one of the other things that I did out of my highlight of my postal career was, out of all of this training and all this stuff, was on January 3rd, 2013, saving the life of one of my employees and being recognized by the Postmaster General and the President of the United States. So you have my commitment to nothing but giving you absolutely what you expect from the contractors or anybody else that works for the county. So thank you. And thank you, Tony, for all the kind support too.
Thank you, Mr. Trayer. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment? All right, good. Seeing none in chamber, Dina, is there anyone online?
Chair, we do not have anyone online.
All right, thank you so much. All right, let's go to item 11, which is a motion to approve the consent agenda. Motion is made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner Morales, to move it at one time by a roll call vote and to be considered as a consent agenda. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Chair Strebs,
That's a yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
And Commissioner Ray.
Yes.
9 yes.
That motion carries. All right, we will move now to unfinished business and general orders. We have none. We'll move next to item 13, new business, non-consent. This is our, well, we'll take up the one in the agenda first. So item 2025-876, request for approval to terminate the ARPA agreement between Kalamazoo County and Texas Charter Township, and 2, to establish a severe weather disaster relief fund.
So moved.
Motion made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. We'll open for discussion. Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a few comments regarding this. Again, this is ARPA funding, just so everybody remembers, so it does have to be spent down. So not that we're anticipating more weather disasters, but it is possible. Spent down in 2026, I should say that. The other thing is that I'm not exactly very pleased with how this is worded in the packet. I feel like this maybe should have been more up to discussion rather than terminating an agreement and establishing a different fund. You know, there was kind of split consensus on what we wanted to do with this money. So to just come out and be like, no, this is what we're doing, to me was a little abrupt. I'm still for giving it to Texas Township to give, or to re-agree to give it to After the Storm with Texas Township. That's where I stand on it. So if we vote on this, I will be voting no.
Commissioner Mays.
I'd like to agree with Commissioner Wheeler. If I understood correctly, so I too would like to see the funding go to After the Storm for Texas Township. They're still hurting. So thank you.
Commissioner Ray.
And I'll just add that I agree with both of them.
Mr. Morales.
I agree with them. We want to help your community.
Commissioner Gisler.
Yes, is this a package deal with helping Texas Township and creating this additional fund? I'd like to see those two separated.
Thank you, Commissioner Gisler. Just the clarification, the motion before us is a two-part motion, includes the termination and the establishment of a severe weather disaster relief fund with the funds allocated back from Texas. If we were to work to try to establish a severe weather disaster relief fund, we would need to identify a funding source to do that. Certainly something that we could do through this motion, or we could do it through the budget process, or we could identify another potential revenue source. Go ahead.
Since we're in the middle of the budgeting process, I would suggest we do the former of what you suggested. Texas Township's one thing, creating this additional line item in an annual budget is another.
Vice Chair.
Okay. 2 weeks ago, well, let's go back. A year and a half ago, we allocated money to Texas Township, and they utilized their money. There was some disagreement over how they could utilize all of it. Their suggestion was to give some of it back. Please correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm trying to go by as best memory as I can. The township attorney said we should be given this money to After the Storm because some of it is used for private property restoration, not improvement, but restoration, and they would feel more comfortable if it went through After the Storm as opposed to a direct allocation from the township. Am I correct in that assumption?
So, Chair, Vice Chair, so in a way, yeah. So it comes down to a matter of interpretation, and it's legalese essentially. Our attorneys outside counsel, including corporation counsel, indicated to the township that they are able to leverage the ARPA dollars to remediate property in the township. The township attorney does not interpret the law that way. And even though that the ARPA final rule articulates that they can use it for that purpose, the township attorney believes that they cannot, because they then are deferring to state law, which they believe, the township attorney believes, that they're not able to remediate property with public funds. Although, in our attorney's opinion, federal law, right, statute and rules trump states. So anyway, it comes down to a matter of interpretation. Their township attorney does not agree with the federal statute, essentially.
And kind of my sort of thought process on this and creating and establishing this fund was this creates an ability to establish this fund. Sort of political $24,000 is not an awful lot of money, but to establish a severe weather disaster relief fund, as we know, there's going to be more and more storms that come down. You know, the $24,000 to me, the $22,000 to me, or 20, whatever it is now, the different interpretations is not the crux of it. The real motivating factor to me is establishing a severe weather disaster relief fund, and in subsequent years down the road, we can then start funding that through the budget process. And as more tornadoes and more disasters come, we can be in a position to help them. Now, I'll be completely honest. There's no other townships in the state of Michigan that are receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars from their county for disaster relief. That doesn't happen. That happens in Kalamazoo. That doesn't happen anywhere else. So how we're doing this, and if we're going to be in a long-term position to be able to help a lot of these townships as more and more weather factors come through here, I think this is a step in that direction of establishing this fund. But as far as the $22,000, I've stated many times that it's not a motivating factor in how I'm going to vote. The way I'm going to vote is establishing a severe weather disaster relief fund, and that's why I'm going to be in support of this motion. But I hold no grudge, for somebody voting differently than me.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'll add, hearing additional context where the county really articulated to spend the money in the way that we've heard requested of us, and it was some disagreement legally from outside counsel that brings that funding back to us for consideration, that we could indeed turn it back to them to allow them to give it to a third-party entity, I think is logical, because it just as easily would have been spent in this manner on property remediation. But I think through the course of the dialogue, we have established the need to develop the severe weather fund, to figure out mechanism and to what level we want to support that. $22,000 here won't make or break the establishment of the fund. And so in light of those conditions, I will be voting no on this motion unless we divide the question, in which we could move the establishment of a fund, but we have no funding source identified. So we could let it, if it does, let the motion prevail or die, and then take up further budget discussion around severe weather. Commissioner Ray.
So I guess I'm back to Commissioner Gisler's question. Should we be splitting this in two, terminating the agreement and starting the fund? Do we really want to start a fund with ARPA dollars? If we don't have another severe storm between now and the end of next year, then we'll just be trying to scramble last minute to reallocate the funding.
Yeah, we can divide the question. Is that done just at a request of the commission, council?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, ma'am, a member can ask to divide that question. However, because there is a motion on the floor, I believe, it would have to, I would recommend that motion be withdrawn and then a motion restated that divides the question. So only the first part is before the body. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Council. Vice Chair.
Oh, let's make a deal. My big, as I said, the big crux of it is to establish a severe weather disaster relief fund, and I know this is going to take multiple years to fund it. If we establish a severe weather disaster relief fund and have an established source of $1 from strategic reserves per se. That way we establish the fund, then I'll vote to give the $24,000 to the after the storm for Texas Township, as long as we promise that we're going to establish this fund, and then as we look in subsequent years, maybe not this year, but subsequent years, that we put money aside to help these townships and help local, little villages and cities, maybe not cities, but villages, as these storms come through in subsequent years. Then yeah, I'm good.
Commissioner Mazer.
Well, I'm not opposed to beginning a fund, but I do want to see Texas Township get the money sent over to after the storm.
Oh, I'm seeing administrator.
I will withdraw my motion, original motion.
Hold on, let me take that out. Is that who supported? Vice Chair Pro Tem? Okay, so there's a rescinding of the motion supported by the motion maker and the support administrator.
I just want to offer some perspective and probably some good news for the vice chair. So the county already has, so we have the contingency fund, but we also have a disaster contingency fund. So by way, we already have, or in a way, we already have a severe, they've been in every budget. We've always funded it with $500 a year. So that disaster contingency fund, that's what we actually collected. We utilized that account to collect the funding, the disaster contingency section 19 funding from the state in recognition of the May 7th, 2024 tornado. So that fund has already been active and has been probably since the inception of the county.
Thank you for the clarification, Administrator. Vice Chair.
Yeah, so we have, what budget line item is that?
It's right. So it's a subcategory of the disaster, or I'm sorry, of the contingency account. So then there's a sub account. It's the disaster contingency fund. It's in 101.
And so we, in our contingency, I look at our contingency accounts, we budgeted anywhere from $5,600 in contingency, 126,000. We budget in contingencies. We start every budget year with 126,000. You're saying inside that budget, in underneath there's a line item in that 126 that has 500 for disaster relief.
Yeah, so it's another. So Vice Chair, there's another account within that category. It's called disaster contingency. So I will find the exact. Now that we're making all of these line items visible, I'll find it on here for you, and I'll
yeah, I would love to see those line items. That would be helpful for me.
And it's only ever been $500, so it's never been anything significant. It's only been so significant as of recent because we received state disaster section 19 fund.
And then that was what the fund source or the fund number that you put the state money into that under so you just increased the $500 from the state into that subsection.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, if I could get a copy of the budget with the line items, that would be really helpful.
We go to Commissioner Morales and then Vice Chair Pro Tem.
I think I'm good. Then my next question is gonna be how much we got in there, but, if it's 500, is that just from a couple years ago or?
No. So this is that line has been there since the inception of the budget. The board has only ever funded $500. So there's always been a contingency line that's always fluctuated depending on county budgets. And then there's always been a line in there for disaster contingency, and that is in recognition of if there was a disaster and the board had to fund an account for emergency management or other natural disasters, other emergencies, we would have an account to draw down from, so the board can make a budget adjustment, fund that account, and then that's where emergency management, sheriff's office, that so on and so forth could pull funds to remediate and mitigate disasters. But from year to year, that account hasn't really been, it's just an account that's established and it's been funded at about $500 a year.
Thank you. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. This is good news. Thank you, Dr. Kaplan, for bringing that, because I don't ever remember seeing it either. So, and I should, but I didn't. Is there a way that we could continue to grow that fund a little bit? Because I think 500 is not sufficient you know, that'd be great for a couple of days so we could get some McDonald's hamburgers or something, feed our people out on the line, but, I don't see that as being a sufficient amount of money to go too far. So, I'd like to see that a little more robust, I guess. But I would concur that, this is good. I have no problem with moving ahead to terminate the initial agreement and then, fund or send whatever's left to the, whatever. Yep.
Okay, Commissioner Gisler is next. Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to call the question, please.
All right, so we have no motion currently on the floor. The motion made was rescinded. Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. I will make the motion to redo the agreement with Texas Township so they can give those funds to after the storm.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner Mazer. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry.
Just really quick, as
Vice-
long as we'll talk about it the next leadership meeting, but we can maybe put some subsection to create this fund and then build it out of contingency.
Duly noted. All right, with that, clerk, will you please call a roll?
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor.
Yes.
You have 9 yes.
Good. Congratulations to Supervisor in Texas Township. Thank you. All right, now we have a final item that was added to the agenda for unfinished business. So do we have a motion, Commissioner Wheeler? Sorry, there we go. Teamwork.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the county enter into a purchase agreement for the property commonly known as 224 West Kalamazoo Avenue, and that the board chair is authorized to execute all documents, including the purchase agreement and closing documents on behalf of the county related thereto.
Motion is made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Discussion. Vice Chair Taylor.
I do believe we should have discussion on this. Is that appropriate?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Well, we are looking at an administration building and where we're going to put it. It's going to take a lot of decision. We've wrestled with this for a long time. But I do believe that the county seat belongs in the county seat, which is in the city of Kalamazoo. It's not the cheapest option. It won't be the cheapest option, but I do believe it'll hold the most value. And so I'm committed to that.
Commissioner Gisler.
Yes, I am for the cheapest option, which is not this one. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just add some thoughts as well. I appreciate the deliberation of our board colleagues, and I think this is one we gave due consideration to. There were a number of varying options with risks and benefits and rewards among them. I am excited what we have proposed in our motion this evening. This is a commitment of county government to the county seat, which is in the city of Kalamazoo, but also as an ongoing partner in the revitalization of the urban core of our community, creating a dynamic downtown with options for people to engage in new ways, to re-energize a space, to bring workers into the community who will shop and engage and do business. And as we endeavor to figure out what we do with the property exactly, while administration will be part of it, there are other really exciting components that we can consider as well. It also affords us flexibility with the Pratt Justice Center, as that newly constructed and beautiful building is at capacity at this time and allows us flexibility and synergy with the two locations nearby, while this property will have a new life bred into it, which will also be exciting to watch. So I appreciate all of that from the community and look forward to the work ahead. It'll be exciting. All right, any further comments? All right, with that, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner DeLu?
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler?
No.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler? Commissioner Mazer?
No.
Commissioner Morales?
Yes.
Commissioner Ray?
Yes.
Chair Strebbs?
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor?
Yes.
And Commissioner Wheeler?
Yes.
You have 7 yes.
Thank you, clerk. That motion carries. All right. Thank you all for the efforts this evening. All right, that's going to take us now to our final opportunity for public comment. Members can engage with us in person or on the phone at the meeting number previously provided. 3 minutes, professional, respectful manner to interact with us. If you're recognized, please share your name, where you're from. Anyone interested? Okay, seeing none, we were going to close our final public comment period. And we'll go to our last items. We'll go to the reports of officers, bodies, administrator, and controller. All right, so I'll share tonight. County government has endeavored in a lot of efforts right now, and it is really exciting to be part of the team bringing these things forward. I continue to be, just encouraged when we look at government at other levels being so deeply dysfunctional and deeply counterproductive and directly harmful to the community. And I'm just so glad that this is still a spot here where even when we disagree, we are working together and we're doing it well. And oftentimes we find a lot of alignment and agreement, and we're getting to very good outcomes because of that. It's been such a heavy week. It's been such a heavy week. I found myself this week in rooms with people with wealth I could never understand. And I found myself in rooms with people who didn't have a dish or a piece of furniture of their own. And those two realities exist within our same community. And talking with both of those differing people, both of them have one thing in common, and I'm sure they have more, but they want a wonderful community to live in. They want everybody to be doing well in our community. And that's what each of us are called to do, to be part of that in whatever way it is. Who we are as a community is our choice. The values that we hold up are our choice. And I'll tell you, there are powerful interests that are working so hard right now to make you and I, whoever the you and I might be, really afraid of each other, to resent each other, to want vengeance from each other, to want rights restricted for each other. We can't be willing to feed into that. Whatever framework or ideology we might hold, retribution is a path to destruction for all of us. And you don't have to walk down that path. That right to use our voices is one inherent that belongs to all of us. And protecting and defending our right to our survival, to our identities, to our humanity is the foundation of what it means to exist. There are a lot of commentary in the world going right now, and many people have powerful things to share and frightening things to share. And I heard a politician from the other side of the country shared, this is a quote from a theologian that they really like, I don't remember which. But it stuck with me and rang with me today, specifically on some of the work that we've been addressing for the unhoused in the community. That quote was, if I get it out. I screamed out to God over the starving children until I realized that the starving children was God screaming at me. So when you see those things in the world around you that are abhorrent, take the right stand. Do what's right. Walk into love. Let's keep at the work, no matter what we do. Thank you. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. We did a lot of really cool things tonight. Really big moves by the county. We're positioning ourselves for hundreds of millions of dollars in investment in our community, in our downtown. I think the chair said it right when she was talking about the synergy between the courthouse and our administration building. Having a commitment to the downtown Kalamazoo, I think, is in the long run in our best interests. Going out to a different community, even with all the stuff going on in this community, our lack of ability to partner on a parking garage, or our lack of ability to put a skywalk across, deal with the fire marshal, deal with just continuous the bike lanes in the city of Kalamazoo. It makes it difficult sometimes to be in Kalamazoo. It is. It's not easy for a business. It's not easy for a government. It's not easy for any sort of institution that tries to get large amounts of people into work and large amounts of people out of work at 5 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's not designed to do that right now. But our commitment and our ability to stay focused in Kalamazoo is going to pay dividends in the long run. I still think that we need to focus on being in Kalamazoo, even if Kalamazoo may not want people to be focused in the city. I still think we have to have a commitment there. So it's expensive. It is the more expensive of the options that we had, but I think in the long run it will pay the most dividends. Thank you.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we have a lot on our plate. We're getting a lot of things accomplished. I agree with what's been said so far. We do have concerns. We need to work with our partners throughout, not just the city of Kalamazoo, but Portage and the other two cities, Parchment and Galesburg, the 5 villages that are out here, and the multiple townships that we serve. That we don't just serve the center of this community, we serve all of this community. And we have to continue to reach out and work with those supervisors and village presidents and city mayors to keep their cities and this whole community working together. I'd have a lot of concerns, and I'm hoping that many of them can be addressed as we work towards this thing. I'm hoping that we get moving a little faster on our parking garage. That is a major complaint that I think every one of us has heard. I hear it on a daily basis. I don't just hear it once in a great while. But we have to get moving. We're way, way behind on what needs to get done. We need to get on it and get it done, whatever it takes to move ahead. With that said, please keep in mind the people that Commissioner Gisler mentioned at the beginning, our military that protects us abroad, and our folks that protect us here at home, our police and fire men and women that work in our ambulance services, and take a moment to thank them for their diligence and day in and day out working to keep us all safe. Those other folks that are out there, the people, take time to be a little cautious during the road construction. I think traffic safety is a public health concern. We're killing a lot of people with cars and trucks and motorcycles. The recent information from MDOT shows that every category, from pedestrians to bicycles to cars to motorcycles to trucks, all went up in 23. That's the most data we have at this point in time. It wasn't a lot, but it went up, and that's not a good thing. We need to bring it down. It needs to go down, but we need to be mindful of people's safety and try to keep us all safe and have a safe week. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. Administrator, your turn.
All right. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners. Let me lift everyone's spirits, okay? I just want to. We got to leave on a good note here, and we are. We've done a lot of work tonight, including reviewing the administrator's recommendation of the budget. On that topic, I want to let you know that we have made a lot of all of the line items basically. And so now that disaster contingency line, you'll be able to see that in Fund 101. So navigate through the budget book. You'll be able to see all the line items. What will be completed by tomorrow, hopefully by noon, and we'll send out a note to the board. Finance is adjusting the columns to show 2022 actuals, 2023 actuals, 2024 actuals, 2025 adopted budget, 2025 amended budget, and then 2026 proposed. So that should give you what you need, and the rest of the board what you need to contemplate, your decisions on the budget. So we're looking forward to continued discussions. On the 7th is the public hearing, as you know. So that's our annual meeting, and then we'll continue that annual meeting for hopefully adopting the 2026 budget on October 21st. And hopefully even by that time, we'll have some good news from the state. So I think that they'll have a fire. They already have a fire lit under them, but I think as October 1 approaches, they'll really start to go fast. So hopefully by the 21st, we'll have some more news on where we stand with revenue sharing and other grant funding for the other departments. I wanted to just highlight, like I do every meeting, and I know Chair does an exceptional job at this too, but highlight some of the annual reports that we have in our packet, and one of them obviously is my office and the divisions that are under us and Corporation Counsel, and so I want to highlight some of that stuff. But first, I got to talk about the wizardry of our illustrious Parks Director Dave Rakowitz. I don't know how that team does the work, and I know that Dave, I don't know if he ever sleeps, but to have 1.6 million visits recorded in county park system, including the Expo Center, is just nothing short of phenomenal. And I talk very highly, I speak very highly of our parks system. It's easily one of the best in the state. I mean, I don't know how they maintain, I just never understand how they maintain as much grounds as they have. So just a phenomenal work that they do, and I'm highly appreciative. We use that park systems every day, and so in our favorite, because we're biased, we live close enough to it, but as River Oaks Park, it's just a phenomenal park. So as you know, they did do a ribbon cutting on the Arthur and Mildred Willem Nature Preserve, and so another phenomenal asset to the community that I don't know how they did the work there as quickly as they did, but it's just, again, phenomenal. So if you get a chance, go out there, enjoy the nature. And our expo center is heavily used. Economic impact exceeding $11.9 million. So hosting over 119 events. It's a great asset, and that's something that's publicly operated through the Parks and Expo Center. And so it's just phenomenal, and they do a great amount of work, and highly appreciative of all the staff. And Dave depends on a lot of seasonal workers. So like Chair said, we are able to attract the dedicated staff that we have because of the wages that we offer. And I think that they find some fulfillment in working for the county, and through Dave's leadership and his staff, find that our leaders are capable and supportive. So definitely appreciate that. I wanted to selfishly prop up our office too. My office, including Corporation Counsel, Emergency Management, Communications, D&I, the Administrative Services team, really are here to support the Board of Commissioners and the myriad priorities and goals of this board, and in support of elevating this county, ensuring that everyone has a prosperous life. And so one of the huge undertakings, obviously, that we took was embarking on this 2025 to 2029 strategic plan, and that was a lot of hard work. And we were able to engage the Board of Commissioners, but staff and all the other elected officials, the courts, to ensure that we provided a clear roadmap moving forward for these next 5 years. We also endeavored on, creating this new interactive digital budget book, which, like I said, on the fly, we can make these changes, and we're able to do it so quickly because, one, we have a capable staff in finance, but two, the technology that we leverage. And so when we need changes made on the fly, we can do that. And so it's a good thing that we have it, but also expanding all of these benefit enhancements. So paid parental leave, 12 weeks on offering TriShare program, the CareShare program, which that'll roll out hopefully in October. For the CareShare portion of the program, but enhanced emergency management by moving that operation into administration, and create a new emergency operations plan, ensuring that we can be responsive to disasters. Major milestones, obviously, opening in 2024, the Judge Charles A. Pratt Justice Center, huge undertaking. And so a lot of work is always done sort of behind the scenes. We like to be behind the scenes and make the Board of Commissioners look good. And I hope that you see in 2024 and realize that, the Board of Commissioners has a lot to be proud of, and we're happy to continue to support you all in that endeavor. So as we begin, and finish out 2025, we hope that the next annual report will highlight more of those successes. And then last but not least, but the medical examiner's office, sort of a somber topic, right? I mean, they just, but yeah, they go through critical, tough, often unseen roles in performing those duties and ensuring justice and public health. And so we just appreciate the partnership that we have with them, and the accuracy and duties that they perform to ensure that our public safety and prosecution and just those sort of offices have the tools and the information that they need to proceed accordingly. I wanted to say, for October 7th, getting back to the county budget, we will have a final recommendation also available on the community grants portion of the budget. So that's a $400,000 pool that has taken quite some time to sift through. There are 61 or 62 applications. There's just a lot of information. You probably will not like our recommendation, and I mean, there's just a lot of applications in there. So please continue looking at those. We'll deliver something to you, and then at the end of the day, we just have to stay within that $400,000 mark. I can pause. I know Vice Chair has a question.
Vice Chair.
I don't think it's fair to you for us to ask you to put those community, if it's okay with this board, if you could just give us maybe the top 10 or 12 and then have us fight it out, because I just don't want to put you in that position, and I don't think it's fair for us to put you in that position. I don't think it's good leadership on our part to do that to you.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate that, Vice Chair. We can certainly pivot and do that. It's a lot of, there's a lot to sift through. So I know, but and I think next year we'll also be able to fine tune some of the processes and the application. So, but this is obviously, we ask for community's patience and grace because it is the first year we're doing this in recognition of community need. And I will just say, the last thing I wanted to touch on was the purchase of 224 West Kalamazoo Avenue, and that addresses, our needs, our growing needs in the county. It really aligns. And secures land that's necessary to work in unison with our new parking garage. And so we're looking forward to maximizing the taxpayer investment there. Renovating this current facility would not be as efficient as it would be as opposed to building a new facility, because this is undersized, it's outdated, and there's been years renovating this building could create years of service disruption, which we recognize as well. Want to make sure they're able to mitigate. And lastly, I would say we're excited because planning this new facility will ensure a modern, accessible, and future-ready space for acceptance of, and growth in services while supporting downtown revitalization, which I think is key to ensuring success of the entire county. So we're looking forward to this huge undertaking, and I'm sure our Director of Buildings and Grounds is even more excited because we just gave him more work to do. So just thank you for the continued partnership tonight. I don't take any offense in the tough questions we get about the budget. The budget's never easy. They're great questions, and we're happy to continue engaging with the board on those questions. And so have a great night, and always happy to answer any questions. Take care.
Thank you, Administrator. One more highlight from that Parks and Rec annual report was Director Rakowitz in a suit again. I got to see that twice. All right. Yeah. Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. Since we're talking about Parks and Rec, I was actually in the Woolman Preserve this morning and I did the Heartland Trail. So it was 2.5 miles. So it was fun. I've been in there a bunch. So very excited for what's to come. I think we did really great work, had some really robust conversation, and just want to say thank you to my fellow commissioners. You guys always teach me things every time I come here, especially being the youngest on this board. And I think I'm the youngest commissioner ever elected. Maybe he's a female. Okay, I'll take the female one. It always humbles me when I hear especially when John talks numbers, I just over my head. And then when Jen speaks from the heart. So, Chair, sorry. But other than that, have a great night.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. A great evening. I'm excited about what we're bringing to Kalamazoo, and that we are keeping one of our landmarks downtown. I think that's very important for Kalamazoo County, even though it's coming at a prettier penny for you and Gisler. I love the glass building, but I'm still scared it's on Tornado Alley, and we might have to use that budget to fix some of that glass. It's a beautiful building. I'm trying to stay on a happy note, but there's so much going on in our country that it's very, very hard to. I will say that I do see growth from the entire board as opposed to when I came on the board. I really believe before 2028, Gisler is going to have a DEI shirt on. Really do. But no, I appreciate the bipartisan leadership that we have. We don't agree on everything. I know that it's hard for everybody to look at what's going on in our country right now. I don't condone any type of violence of any sort. I also don't condone evil. And if we're looking at it from a Christian aspect, for those who are believers, our source of belief doesn't condone it either. Doesn't condone hatred, evil, killing, starving, a lot of the stuff that's going on these days. And we stand here and we say our Pledge of Allegiance every meeting, and the last words we say is indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I'm beginning to question some of that from colleagues across the nation. But we'll get there. I'm saying all that to say that even though other things are going on, I think we still handle the business of all of our constituents without bias to the best of our ability. And I appreciate that. I do have some constituents reach out. We had 2 hangings in Kalamazoo County, and people are nervous. We had another hanging of someone in Mississippi, but the fact that it's jumping around from state to state is concerning to me. What concerns me more are the budget cuts when we talk about law enforcement and how they handle situations like this and being short-staffed. And I want to be able to call law enforcement and they come to my address and be able to protect whoever is on my block in my community. So I thank all of you that are in service. I also got some pushback about the Millwood property where the water was cut off and garbage wasn't being taken care of. After some phone calls, the city did turn that water back on. I did make a comment with MLive to hopefully get those entities the support that they need. Nobody should be paying rent and their water's cut off, or their sewage is not taken care of. Then lastly, I did get a call about the employees who were dismissed from their place of business. I don't agree with everything, but sometimes we have to stand our ground and it doesn't work in our favor. So sad about all the things that went on and for those employees facing that that firing. And then for all of you who reached out to me as I laid my mother in love to rest, I appreciate you all. It was a very difficult 3 weeks watching a healthy person decline and take their last breath. So I appreciate all of you all who reached out to me and showed me love with that. With that, am I the last one? Or Dale? Oh, I was about to say good night.
Thank you, Commissioner Morales. Commissioner Mazer.
Okay, I just have a few things. Number one, the Woolham Nature Preserve is beautiful. And so I recommend everyone going out there and visiting it. As I said earlier, the Senior Millage Ad Hoc Committee, I was so impressed with the discussions that took place and the process and the selection of the GAP services. I learned a lot, and it's remarkable what we can offer, to our citizens. And then last, everybody come out to the Civic this weekend. Camelot is opening on Friday, and then we are also playing next weekend. So, and I do know an oboe player in the pit.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Mazer. I know, he's so excited. Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. I will hopefully not take very long. I want to move through a few items fast. I will tell you this. I was tempted when Tammy Ray asked if I would do the invocation today to say something about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I chose not to, but I did look at the words in my invocation, and I've got 2 or 3 different copies that I rotate through sort of, and I'm really pleased that we are the kind of board that we are. We disagree sometimes a little, sometimes vehemently, and I don't know, we probably resorted to name calling occasionally, but we don't ever get to the point where we're going to condone or activate violence, and that just has no place in our country, period. I won't say any more. Now, on to some local stuff. The Road Commission is having an open house on September 24th. That's what, a month from tomorrow, right? And between 3 and 6, and they're going to have some of their people there to basically talk anything you want to talk about with roads. They'll have engineers there. They'll have guys that operate some of the equipment. It's just a general purpose open house for the community. And on October 7th, I guess it's all day. 9 to 3. There's going to be the Senior Expo. The Older Adult Services Advisory Council was, big on this. And I don't know if they've got the numbers out yet, but they have hundreds of exhibitors, people that set up tables and will take blood pressures and show you where to get dental help and that sort of thing. It's really a valuable thing to do. And on the 27th of September, which is a Saturday, Comstock between noon and 3 is holding their, I don't know, they have it almost every year. It's now called Fall Fest. And it's a combination of the Parks Department at Comstock Township and the Downtown Development Authority. And they have, I can't even tell you what they're going to have this year, but last year they had live music. They had all kinds of plants for sale. I think that since they are so well populated with Winkies and River Street and some of the others, they were closing out their inventory, and there were some real deals to be had. I participate with Jeffrey Townsend, one of the, or Jeffrey Lawrence, I think, one of the ministers out there, and we do a hoop shoot. He coaxes the players to shoot, and I shag the balls and throw them back to him. I'm capable of doing that nowadays. I will also mention to you that tomorrow is Constitution Day, and I have a bunch of new constitutions, but most of them are in the 5th grade now at Toby Elementary School. And the cost went up this year because they've not only included the Constitution itself, but also, and it will be celebrating its 250th anniversary in 2037. So it's still a ways to go. It's the very same thing from the same folks, only now they've done it fancier, and they have the Declaration of Independence included. So it's pretty cool. But I'm not going to give them away. If you guys want them, I'll be happy to give them to you, but I'm not spreading them around because I know, well, for one thing, the cost went up this year, and I'll be happy to provide you if you need them. Thank you, Montes. That's great. Oh my God, look at you guys. You're incredible. I'm pleasantly surprised. Thank you. And the last thing I want to do is mention that the 2 days after Constitution Day, which is the 17th, is the 19th. And I'm really almost hesitant to throw this out because I tried to be kind of serious about all this stuff. The 19th of September is Talk Like a Pirate Day. Thank you.
Commissioner DeLu. Well, I'm not the youngest on the board, but also not the oldest. So that's my saving grace.
My shoes are younger than you.
Chair Strabs, I appreciate your passion. Also, it's bad timing on my part, but for our next meeting, I will not be here. And we're right in the middle of budget talks, so I just want this board and administration to remember our #1 priority is public safety. Sheriff's Department, Prosecutor's Office, courts. Please keep that in mind, because we have to keep Kalamazoo a great place to live, work, and play.
You got it.
Oh, Administrator would like, yes, Administrator.
So, sorry, I really, so just 2 quick things. One, if you have your county laptop here this evening, if you could leave it with me because we have to upgrade it to Windows 11. So, oh, perfect. And then, lastly, I would be remiss, and I'm so glad I thought about it. But our DEI department worked in concert with the clerk's office in recognition of Hispanic Heritage Month, and in particular, a champion, Isabel Galaviz, championed this luncheon that we had where actually our chief deputy clerk here was able to shout the El Grito. And so just awesome awesome experience. And so I just wanted to give shout out to our DEI department, Isabel, our clerk's office, and just everyone that was able to participate. We had a lot of departments in the building meet downstairs in the break room to enjoy some fellowship and great Hispanic food, which is some of my favorite cuisine. And so anyway, I just wanted to let the board know that we have that kind of culture that we're establishing here, and employees really enjoyed it. So just wanted to, yeah, and it was educational. So thank you to Corporation Council. So yeah, anyway, I just wanted to lift that up and just inform the board of that. So thank you.
Thank you, Administrator. And before I forget, tomorrow is my daughter's birthday, so happy birthday to Holly. She's 7 tomorrow. All right, with that, we are adjourned.